Morning, sister. Northwest Media. Hope you're having a good day. I woke up 38 minutes late and I'm still here. It's 6:08 today. Right. Oh, come here. Ah, come on. Ah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Dogs is definitely not fat. They're not fat at all. I'll come back in already. You just left. Oh. Direction did he go? Well, it's not. There's not any fat on him. Tux is lean. He must just be more muscular. I'm not fat, but I'm getting a little chubby around the stomach area. That is happening slowly but surely. Hey, come on, dude. Which way did he go? To the right, to the left? Did he even sniff the other bowl? And he left food, man. Like, he left a decent amount of food on there. I don't get it, dude. Every day I don't fucking get it. Why he acts so hungry and then leaves food on the plate. Does that make any sense? He did go sniff the other plate, and he was like, "Nope." Oh, he wants more food. He went under the house. No. Yep, he went under the house. Why does he come running out of there like that? Dude, he did the same thing yesterday. God damn it. Fucking SUV. Damn SUVs parking in front of my place are annoying because I can't see the street. You know what I mean? Because it's so tall, I can't see if the cats are going back across the street or not. I'm just now realizing after living here for, I don't know, 7 years that I don't like it when SUVs park in front of my place because I can't see the street. It blocks my, like, it blocks how much I can see. It's like putting a fence in front of my place. Hey, fuck you, SUV drivers. I bet you don't even use the goddamn thing half the time for what it is. I just want an SUV, you know, I just like having big things. I just, I just like wasting gas. Oh, what was that? Is that Momma? I don't see her. Kitty, what is your deal? Oh my gosh, you're so active. Wait, was I looking at a different screen? I thought I saw a cat run by. Was I looking at a different screen? Maybe I must have been. Unless Mama came running out after him earlier. Seeing shit. I can't even catch it at all. I don't even see him leaving now when I rewind it back. Am I looking at the wrong? No? I don't know, dude. Weird. I don't know. If I'm Mama now, if she was under there. Eat much today, huh, Simon? I just didn't feel like eat much today, I guess. Alright. Oh, dude. Trying to get him to eat. Hey, we got a sub today. The heck? Thanks. Whoever you are, thanks. Damn, dude. Dude, why do you have to chew everything? Holy shit. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to let her out of this room, dude. She chews literally everything that she hasn't put in her mouth, she puts in her fucking mouth. Oh, I haven't tasted that yet. She's looking for something else to chew on right now. She's like, hold up. There's got to be something around here I can chew. Oh, he hired a different attorney. Interesting. The CEO killer hired a different attorney. Go figure, man, because that dude he had seemed like a public defender almost. It says he hires prominent New York attorney. A female. Fuck you, man. Fucking cat, dude. I don't know why it thinks that I'm just like its official door opening servant. I got a dab, dude, because I'm already fucking losing it over this cat. It's how he meows. He's not like a meow, meow. It's not a. Hey, hey, cat. I want to hang out. It's a meow, wow, 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 wow. There he goes. He's got to ravagely bite his feet when he's in his way too. So all of a sudden his feet hurt like hell because he can't move them to where he wants to put them, so they hurt. He's like, I want my feet to be in there. I only got one more dab left in here too. Oh man. Well, I killed a streamer last night, but he wasn't face cammed. Bummer. It was on PUBG report. His name was Hot Drop Clown. He was a really high rank too. He was looks like there were only 15 people alive too. I don't know if this is a game we won or not. Does show it. He kills my teammate there. 65. Oh, dude, this might have been the game we won. Bop. Got him. He got 7th, and then here it shows his rank. Looks like he was solo squadding it, though. Yeah, he's a maxed out level 500. Or like he's tier 5. He's the max rank you can get in the game. Got him. And he had the jump on me. And he had high ground. That's right, baby. See, max level. And he looked playing solo squads. You met your match, buddy. And he goes right in for another solo squads game. But look, he increases his sensitivity first, as if that was the problem. Like, he needs his sensitivity just a smidgen higher. Just for that, just a smidgen for that. Was he even using it times 2? I think he was. He really just blamed it on his sensitivity being like a smidgen too low. This is funny, and he goes right back. Oh no! Now he goes into a squad game with teammates. Isn't that neat how it does that? Like, if I kill another streamer, it gives me a report of it. Pretty cool. I'll be there. No, dude, not anytime soon. That's years. And I don't know if I got that in me on PUBG either. In their current roadmap, how they're taking away our rights as PUBG citizens. Like, who would have thought they would have taken out Team Finder? If anything, make it better. Make it more extensive. Make it so that we can do more with it somehow, not just delete it. That's going to reduce how many games I win too dramatically. How well I do. Make me match up with fucking bronze people every game. $75 followers, 4 views on that stream. You have a Discord? Nope. I got a YouTube. But why is that 1.54K subs on YouTube though? He never has his camera on though. Well, this isn't even from him. This is from random PUBG players. It's not all his. Interesting if people put so much time into streaming and clipping and making videos without even having a face cam. How do they think that's ever gonna grow? Why would it? Well, I might have to go get some stuff today. Oh, I'm gonna leave just a smidgen more for emergency. Make sure, because it's just so early right now. Yeah, make this amount, little amount do me for now. Yeah. Got a little less than that left, maybe. Simon's back. This mother dude, he's made me open the door probably 8 times already this morning. I don't think he's going to get better over time with this shit either. He's just going to get more senile and more like pushy. Oh. Ate some more. Come on, Simon. Fucking dude, every goddamn time you gotta get in my way when you come back in. Shit. I'll see him do it. He's got to make his rounds, walk around my chair, and then go back over there. Yo, Paulie in the house. Hey, do you know Jennifer? Do you know Jennifer? Are you in a close relation to a Jennifer? Because I know of a Paul. I think so. Oh, well, you would know. It would be your mom. Like, she's been in chat before. I think he has too. I just don't know his screen name. Dude. I brush my teeth, but there's still stuff on the back of my tooth. The hell? 5 years ago, not on this channel. That Jennifer's known me since middle school, so that doesn't rule that out though. And yeah. What was I streaming when you subbed? You remember? What was what's the stream like? Kitty. Dude, I wish Crossback would just come and eat that. If I didn't put any nutritional use this time, maybe Cross didn't like that stuff. A lot of weed smoking. This channel's never been just me sitting here smoking weed, dude. Like right now, it's not even that. I dab every now and then, but it's never been that. A whole lot of weed just constantly sits. This has never been like specifically a weed channel, like Eric Kahn or anything like one of those channels. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Maybe you're thinking of somebody else. Remember last week, right? But most people remember why they subbed to somebody. I don't know if I believe you, Paul. Sorry. The 4 or 5 years thing. If you can't remember what I was streaming back then, probably you're fibbing to us, Paul. Yikes. I always remember what someone's streaming when I sub to them. When I started watching them. Why are you sneezing on me? Hmm? What am I, a handkerchief? I remember when you lost a bunch of crypto. What? That's not. Now you seem like you're a troll, dude. For that to be the thing that you bring up right now, now you seem like you're a troll. Now, I really don't think you knew what I was doing 4 or 5 years ago, and you're just showing up to kind of fuck with me. You're going backwards, dude. Out of all the things that you could have picked to say, and you didn't even say that's when you started watching. You just say you remember that one incident happening in the past. Not a good look, dude. Already know that I don't want to fucking think about that shit. What are you doing? I've banned people for less than that. Especially when we were closer to the Big Bang. Scott. The trolls are starting to migrate over here now, right? That's what's happening. That's not that long ago. That was 2021, dude. It wasn't 4 or 5 years ago. That was less than 3 years ago. Or no, around 3.5 years ago, maybe. Simon, stop licking. Stop it. Stop licking that. Stop. Gotta fucking stop licking that shit. You don't have to lick it all the time. Okay? We're all over there. You're si- It still doesn't make sense to me that that's all you remember from when you subbed, dude. That's it. You still feel like a troll to me, dude, because there was a lot more going on at the time than that, and that's all. That's all you remember is that. That's all you wanted to bring up today. That was like a flash in the pan. People didn't even know that was going on. I went live and I was like, "By the way, guys, this happened." Boom, and no one knew that. And then, like, so there was much more going on at the time than that. And it wasn't like something I harped on every day after it happened either, because I didn't want to fucking think about it. So for you to be like, I remember when you lost a bunch of crypto, like, that's trollish behavior. I've been doing this for fucking 6 years, dude. You're a troll. Asshole. Until proven otherwise, you haven't done enough for me to just straight delete you yet. Because there's maybe a 1% chance you're not. You don't know shit about me, dude. No, you're a liar. There's no way you've been around for that long, and you're just like you were a Navy. You're always a Navy vet. I was Navy active duty. Now I'm a Navy vet. So there's no word to that. That's a forever thing. So I die, and even after I die, I'll always be a Navy vet. Right? I'll just be a dead one at that point. Yeah. Hey, why do you do that? Why do you fucking? You're such a little shithead. Yeah. She knows Simon's on the other side of the door, so she pushes it into him. Does it all the time. I have to put a weight in front of it so she can't. She's inventive, that's for sure. Sorry, but I gotta pick your food up. You can't go in and out anymore eating. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go pick it up right now, actually. Unless you eat one more time. Go on. Go on. Go. Alright, then I'll pick it up. Great place to sit, Simon. Simon, come here. I don't know why he was just standing there. Then he, as soon as I get here, he goes over there. Like, we got a reason why there's a full bowl over there to the right is because the cats apparently don't. Why isn't this working? Was it Dolby? Dude, eyesight's fucking getting shot from looking at these monsters every day. Dolby in game. Is that working or not? Oh, it is working now. Okay, okay. I just had volume low. Was not working though. Oh, that's why. I gotta sit down. That'd explain it. False. False man. Alright. Let's look at this pedo for a second. I don't want to watch this whole thing. I just want to look at it, see what he looks like. Kitty, kitty. Kitty. Why do you have to fuck with everything? Damn. It's like, oh, there's something in your lap that's not normally there? I gotta fucking knock that down.
Go to the pinned comment. If you're on Rumble, press the red join button to see over 30 videos.
Well, she didn't break it, dude, because it landed on some metal shit down there for them share with the glass. Or one side, I don't know. I got this case here that's military grade or some shit. So it helps, but this isn't protected. That's raw dogging, baby. I like the way the glass feels on my finger.
Documentary showcasing and educating society, especially parents and legal guardians, about potential scenarios that result in young people and adults conversating online if left unchecked. We conduct thorough interviews with consenting adults in an attempt to understand their understanding of the perspective of the individual being interviewed. So these videos are not to cyberbully, harass, degrade, accuse, or threaten any individuals partaking in the interview process or in the video or in scholarly paper guidelines, such as not revealing someone's personally identifiable information, in other words, PII. YouTube defines personal or bank account information. We throw the subject of an information about the last section we conduct. That is the job of law enforcement. We are not vigilantes, and we do not condone vigilantism or vigilante behavior, such as taking the law into your own hands. Discussed in these videos can be sensitive to some, emotional, or stressful. The only goal of these videos is to educate the public. At the end of each video, as of September 1st, 2022, there will be an to bring awareness.
It's so massive. Look as wide as the door. It has something else to do with them being so upfront and forthcoming. He's so big, yet at the same time he comes in like shorts and an undersized shirt and no shoes sometimes, and big ass burly beard, bald. There's so many things about this guy that makes him the perfect fit for the job. He's intimidating as fuck, but at the same time, he's got this endearing quality about it that makes it feel like he's got your best interests at heart. Because he's like a big old fat teddy bear. Goofy looking clothes. But Duke could probably like crush a closed. You could probably do like a strongman competition. You know what I mean? Where they do all kind of weird strongman type shit. Lifting big ass tractor tires.
Just pop to the side for now because I don't want to look out the window and just see a bunch of us.
Whatever.
Just pop to the side for now. I don't want them to look through the window and see a bunch of us.
Hey, y'all looking extra sus on that one. What are they doing? I was standing out there looking. It looks like the projects. It's like a high class project. Their shit ain't boarded out. Dude, in Memphis, they got projects. They got wood on the windows. Last time I was there. I don't know if people are living in those places or not, but it looked like it. I mean, it did, and it looked like a zombie land. There's probably migrants living in those places now.
Hi, is this Jared?
Yeah.
Hi, there's a package that's supposed to be delivered to you at and I guess the door's kind of locked here. Do you mind just coming so you can get this here?
I didn't know I was getting a package.
It was sent.
I'm at home right now.
It was sent from. Let me see here.
I was getting a
What's the
package.
address on this? It was sent from. Point.
Dude, one of y'all.
Yeah.
One of y'all are sending me something. Who are you? One of you are sending me something. I just got a notification on my email that said something's getting sent to me. That only happens when it's getting sent to the post office. I have it set up so that anytime any mails ever come into my P.O. box, I get emailed about it. So who are you? It's coming from Kentucky. But that doesn't mean that they're in Kentucky. I mean, that's all I know is it's coming from Kentucky. I don't think they're in Kentucky though, because I don't know of any of you that are in Kentucky except for Angela. And she's been gone for a while. Kentucky. It wasn't a secret that Angela was in Kentucky, by the way.
Yeah, I'm unfortunately not home right now.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you're in the area, I can just get it to you as long as you sign for it. Is there a place you can meet at, or?
Was it Ted?
Or
You knew she was there, right?
I got the trade.
I swear.
Let's see. Kind of new
Hey.
area here.
You? Simon's here.
I mean, are you like at a restaurant or something? I mean, that's not too far.
No, I was at a convention at the
Got it. Well, I actually have to head to Grosse Pointe for my next delivery. Is there a way I can just meet you downtown somewhere or wherever you are?
Yeah, I mean, they know they can deliver it tomorrow.
Unfortunately not. I mean, it's a sign-only basis.
Used to be a little kitten
probably
too,
only
you
15
know.
minutes away.
He was wild.
They're going to come down to the,
Let's get this guy down here.
Okay, we can quit.
What the
Joke.
fuck
Click the
just
educated and aware
happened?
Taken care of. Haven't seen a single chat with you asking for
This is
this
him.
convention for.
Here?
Yeah.
Like a couple hours.
Looks interesting. Have fun here? Nice. What character did you go as?
Kind of Arima from Idol anime.
Okay. Yeah, I used to read Naruto when I was a little bit, but I'm in my 30s now,
Looks like
so
a
kind of.
anime
You play video games
convention?
at all?
Some.
Nice, nice. What do you do for work?
Huh?
What do you do for work?
I just work in a warehouse at a dealership.
Hey, there you go, man. Not a bad living.
Yep.
So there's about some stuff on Viber. Just want to go over with you. I know you're a good dude and all that. Just want to get it taken care of. Do you kind of have an inkling of what I'm talking about? Just,
Probably.
all right, I appreciate that, man. As long as you're honest with me, I see no issue with it. So pretend I am completely, but what would I be here to talk to you about with Viber?
There's probably certain group chats I'm on.
Yeah, you can expand on that a little bit. We're in private, kind of. Like, what would be the subject matter? Hey, buddy, this table's reserved here. Okay. What would be the subject matter of these group chats?
getting close to kind of things.
Okay, like underage stuff? Okay. So
Name
I'm
is
kind of
Taylor.
curious, like, I don't think you started any of these group chats, did you yourself?
No.
Okay.
What?
No, my name is, okay. So,
Oh shit! Did he?
how do we
That
get
was
into
a
these group chats? 'Cause I
fan.
definitely
What did
wanna
he
get you to
ask
help
him?
What?
yourself?
No.
Okay.
What?
No, my name is, okay.
What did he say his
so-
name was though?
What?
Yourself?
No.
Okay.
What?
No.
What?
Okay. Group chats, did you yourself?
No.
Okay.
What?
He must not have said his real name, right? Because it's,
No, my name is, okay.
why did he blurb out what name his name? That he? Why wouldn't he have said Gordon Flowers? That's very weird.
My name is,
What did he say right there? Are you from? Yeah, like, did he say, are you from?
of these group chats, did you yourself?
No.
Okay.
What?
No, my name is, okay.
Did he say he was a fan right there, though? I'm sorry, I'm a fan?
No, my name is, okay.
I think he said he was a fan, and that's why he was like winking and trying to get him. It's just odd that he blurped out his name like that, because normally he just says he's Gordon Flowers, and people would. Everybody knows his name's Alex Rosen because he has to give it to the cops, and unless that's not really his name, and he just says one thing on camera. No, but dude, no, all these predators would know his name is the thing, because if he is in the case file, all the predators can get the case file and they'll have his name. So it's like that was weird. That was weird. Maybe he said like a random name and they don't want to put that on somebody that's named that. I don't know, it's weird. That's the first time they've ever done that, blurped out his name as he was saying it. Unless it's something new that they're going to start doing for OPSEC.
So how do we get into these group chats? Because I definitely want to get you the help you need and all that stuff.
I just found links on Twitter.
Really? It was that easy. How long ago did that kind of start? Like,
What a weird fucking thing to want to go to. Who would, like, hey man, you want to dress up like something and go talk to people? What do you talk about? Hey man, I really like the cartoon, you know? Yeah, look, I made my jacket look like his. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, no, I'm a loser.
Like, I know it's talked about, but I've kind of forgotten about it myself.
They all have like this. Hey, how's it going? Well, toodaloo to you too, man. How's it going with you? They all have the same voice. It doesn't have any bass in it. None of them have any bass in their voice.
I have it on an old phone I don't use, so I kind of turn that off, forget to charge it. But that was, I think I found them before he Elon bought Twitter.
Oh, makes sense.
But everything just dropped off.
Okay. So I got to ask, like, how many of these? Because you're not the one that started this. You're just kind of a witness to this stuff, right? And what I care more about is kind of who's in the videos, who's sharing the stuff. Because I know it's not you, right?
Yeah, I would never.
I know you're not like that. Trust me. I wouldn't be in front of you if I thought you were. You know what I mean? I know, and we're at.
Yeah, it depends on the church channel.
Really? So
there's no point in lying at this point.
Oh, I wish they would all think that way. But
I was like, if something was going to happen, either it'll happen when the conversations are done, and it would have happened. I can't change what happens.
Right.
How's this in the background?
I appreciate that,
dude.
No, and it really.
Except like a female.
It really seems like you want to get this out of your life.
Was that a dude?
No, and it really.
What the fuck? That is a dude. Dude. What kind of weird shit are they at? Anime Con.
It really seems like you want to get this out of your life too. Like
that is dominatrix.
It doesn't seem like you're taking pride in
this shit would freak me. I went to a Comic-Con once and that was weird enough. It was mostly just people selling shit like Funko Pops and comic books or overpriced. You can get them cheaper on eBay.
I have been trying to cut it off.
Trying to. So what do you think it is that brings you
put
back?
So much time into that. Look at that one, dude.
Trying to cut it off.
Jeez, this dude spent all year making this thing just to walk around and not get any pussy afterwards.
Trying to. So what do you think it is that brings you back?
I say they probably just, used to be one of the kids that was in there.
Really?
Essentially.
Oh.
So.
See? And that's how Omegle has been ruining our youth for however long it was allowed to, dude. A lot of the people, I feel like a lot of people that were doing Omegle as adults with their dicks out, not for Harambe, they had it out for the kids. They were creating other adults that would in turn do that to other kids eventually. It does that somehow, dude. The studies are out. Like a lot of these kids that get into this shit later on say that they had somebody doing it to them when they were a kid. Like there's a high percentage of them. Some could say, "Oh, they're trying to make an excuse," but well, if adults are touching them when they're kids, I think they might have one. But not to keep on doing it. They need to seek help. You know what I mean? But there's something there. It breaks something in a kid when that happens. Breaks them for maybe it's in their genes. Maybe there's some sort of fucking pedo gene we need to find out about with the 23andMe testing.
I think it might have just changed my brain chemicals, and I have been trying to work on that myself.
Okay.
It's like I have a niece myself, and I don't want anything to happen to her. And I was like,
Right. I mean, is it
I think it's normal.
Is it something that you maybe just want to kind of relive what happened to you or get closure for it? That you think
for some people,
it's more than thinking it's normal. Like the fact that they're actually attracted to kids doesn't make any sense, man. Their brains are broken somehow. That's why people say that there's no recovery for it. There'll always be like that because it's broken. Can't fix broken. They can't glue that shit back together with what's going on with theirs.
Just built incorrectly, I guess.
Built incorrectly, correct. And that's why they once they're found out about this, they should be monitored for life. It's unfortunate that we'd have to pay for that shit. They should have to pay for it. But who's going to want to hire them? You know? Where are they going to work? Okay, you can work at busting rocks all day or moving concrete or something. All of them aren't going to be built for that life. working in a warehouse. Ain't nobody gonna want them in their office.
People just want to be cruel.
Right. Has anybody hit you up on there to like trade individually?
I think maybe once or twice, but I don't respond.
Okay. Interesting.
I don't respond because I don't want anything to get back to me. That really didn't work.
Well, yeah, but you know, it's better it happens now than when you're like 50 with a whole life. You know, you got a family at that point, and you know, like you don't want. If you're gonna if there's gonna be a stop put to it, you want to get it taken care of now in life, right? Versus, you know. So I appreciate you taking accountability, man. But geez, Louise. So it's more on your end, just kind of being around to receive it.
Yes, just serving.
Or father, son, or whatever. I don't judge.
Yeah, I'm not straight, so it's.
This dude's right here next to him, and they're talking about it. He's not straight, by the way, so he's going after little boys. I don't know which is worse. They're both just as bad, but I don't know, maybe it is worse going after little boys, because are little boys actually gay? Is that a thing?
Father, son.
Okay. What do you think about kind of a...
He likes to watch father-son porn? Yeah, it's disgusting. Wow. Dude. I've never even heard of somebody that's into that. Like, dude, I had an ex, though, who... her dad was into, like, watching mother-son stuff. And, yeah. It was on my search history. It was on my YouTube history. I think I logged into her account or something. I didn't know it was logged into hers, and I went into the history, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, why are you looking at this shit? He's like, oh, my dad must have been using my computer right then. Something. What if it really was her, though? Oh, and there was a bunch of like teenage sports watching also right around the same area of that other like female like brother. It was also like mother, not a brother sister stuff was around that area too, but it was really soft course because it was allowed on YouTube. Freaked me out. I went and woke her up, dude. It tripped me out so much because I was in the other room like looking up like what the fuck is this? Because I thought it was her, right? Then she puts it on her dad. That would make it kind of awkward too next time we hung out. I even went to mass with that dude once, with both of them at Catholic church. So this dude's into watching father son. Well, that's some next level shit right there, dude.
You're fancy.
Like, what are the chances that you made a gay kid, right? It's not saying it's any more consensually correct or whatever for mother son or father daughter, but the son is probably not gay, right? So that's like, I think that's extra. That's extra fucked up a little bit. I don't know. They're all fucked up, but it's like that's a little more evil. Maybe.
I don't know because
it's extra perverse.
Never assaulted my family members. I was always children of childless.
You've never seen your dad naked, dude? Me and my dad used to play Crossfire. Oh, but you're a female. That's different. Yeah. Like I accidentally saw my mom's boobs once, and I was freaking out, man. So now I know where I got my small nipples from, though.
Of like family friends.
Yeah.
Other children at school. So I don't know. well, for me personally, like I couldn't tell you for anyone else, and I can't tell you for myself, honestly. It's just what it is, I guess.
Right. So do you, yeah, I'm trying to think. So.
Being an adult, yes.
That was up.
There was some issues when I
All
was
these people everywhere.
14.
So, I know you're not a non-empathetic person. Obviously, you have empathy for people.
Yeah.
You know, you're not an evil person.
Well, they're gonna go somewhere else. It's too busy there.
I'd be mistaken that an anime convention wouldn't have a lot of people. See that corner over by that building over there? Let's go kind of around there. Obviously, no, I'm not going to hurt you or beat you up or anything. Disgusting.
14. Yes, was when I was 14, because 14 was, I wouldn't say fully caught,
right?
But his dad did catch me in the middle of something.
Okay.
And so I eventually got kicked out of the house with my mom. And that was when I was 14. That was the last time.
So is that why you moved in with, what are their names?
No, that was, at that point in time, I moved into my great-granddad's house.
It's crazy how horny kids are nowadays, George. Just like
all the metadata off there that isn't basically.
At this point, there's no point in trying to hide.
I appreciate that.
Just make my life worse anyway, so.
Right. We basically noticed that he was attached to a group that we think was.
I don't know what to say, man. I don't know.
It's a devil?
Yeah, like.
Why is this one blurred? It's the same video, but.
Rosen, R-O-S-E-N.
I mean, I enjoyed my time there.
That's excellent. That's excellent. So, Jared, I know you've gotten mixed up in. I'm gonna let you do it.
I came here with them there. Yes, and
You got any weapons on you, man? No. Go over the other side.
yeah, Jared, for full accountability, you should probably just show them. I mean, don't make it more difficult. Jared, he's getting escorted off in cuffs right now because for viewing child babies and toddlers, and he also admitted to his 5-year-old cousin 10 years ago. So, not the best guy, that's for sure. But another arrest for the. And thanks for your all support. His full video will be on X, where we confront him at the anime convention. So, subscribe on X for the full video.
He's starting to upload to X now.
Texas that in there. I called his list back, and he voluntarily came in the car with us, but I'm like,
Property in this house.
No, nothing. That house now has nothing to do with anything.
Got him. What? Porn games? You have porn games?
I do want to get to another big story that we have been covering. Again, we've been talking a lot about the murder of the United Healthcare CEO. A Florida woman has now been charged with threatening her health insurance provider during a phone conversation after police say she uttered the same words that were found on the bullet casings used in the killing of an insurance executive in New York. Brianna Boston, 42 years old, told a representative of Blue Cross Blue Shield, quote, delay, deny, depose, you people are next, as they ended a phone call Tuesday in which she unsuccessfully challenged the company's denial of her insurance claim. Those allegations coming from police in Lakeland, Florida. The words delay, deny, and depose were written on the casings left at the scene of the shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson on a New York City street back on December 4th. The words reflect the delay, deny, defend strategy that some insurance companies use in dealing with expensive claims, delay the decision, deny the claim, and aggressively defend themselves. Our Fox 13 Tampa team has more.
A 42-year-old married mother of 3 from Lakeland was in court charged with threats to conduct an act of terrorism and a mass shooting for a phone call with a healthcare agent.
Charges written threat to kill or injure, conduct a mass shooting or an act of terrorism. That's a second-degree felony, punished by 15 years in Florida State Prison.
She's accused of threatening the Blue Cross Blue Shield employee using the now infamous language associated with the accused United Healthcare CEO killer. Brianna Boston admitted to saying, "Delay, deny, depose. You people are next." We spoke with a lawyer about the case.
I think it's an overcharge. In reality, there's nothing in her communication that specifically says she's going to commit a mass shooting. I think it's more falls on that free speech line, on that protected speech. Although stupid, although ignorant, something you shouldn't say. The law allows you to say stupid, ignorant things, and even violent things, as long as it's not what's called a true threat.
He said a true threat would be to a particular person or a more actionable statement. He likened her angry language to what thousands are posting on social media this week.
If you post something stupid on Twitter and it's read by somebody who may work for some company, and they're taking it as a threat, then are we going to go and arrest every person on Twitter because they say stupid things? And this case really is that. It's somebody who talked to an individual who she doesn't know, has never met, has never probably even spoken to, and said words that a lot of people are uttering on social media.
Still, the judge in her first court appearance setting bond at $100,000, referencing the tensions in the U.S. around healthcare right now.
I do find that the bond of $100,000 is appropriate considering the status of our country.
That's crazy.
I think that works better
as
for
if
her,
she's going to
in
go
reality,
on some
because it goes back
rampage.
to her saying this is political hyperbole. This is me expressing my.
It'd be totally different if she had like an arsenal at her house or something and had some sort of weird social media presence where she was constantly saying awkward things about how like companies are taking advantage of the little guy. You know, I mean, little shit like that. But if it's just some heat of the moment thing like that, that's messed up, dude. She got to sit in jail now or give up $10,000 that she won't get back. That sucks, dude. It's a minimum a $10,000 mistake for her unless she stays in there, even though her kids probably need her. You know, she's got the pressure of that. Her kids probably need her at home, man. Like, what the dude, that judge should be ashamed of himself, dude. He just took off a violent criminal off the streets or something. Trying to get his name out there so he can become a Supreme Court judge or some shit one day, probably. Now people will hear my name. They're going to know who I am now.
Frustration.
And that was our Fox 13 Tampa team with that report.
For sure.
You are taking a live look over New York City as we know that Luigi Mangione could actually give up his extradition fight. That is according to Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. Our Fox 5 New York station has the latest on that and when we could see Mangione return to New York.
At a public safety press conference today, Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg addressing the status of extradition.
I don't care how long it takes them, whatever. Get there when we get there. It's gonna happen. The world's smallest gun.
Now that is small. It actually has a detachable magazine, just like a normal magazine, except it is absolutely tiny. I said it's a blowback pistol, so you can see the ejection port there. Slide comes back. There is and this is a metal box of cartridges. These are the world's smallest ever centerfire cartridges. In fact, it only really likes to load 5. You can kind of get a 6th in, and it's not happy with 7. You know, this functions just like any other semi-auto pistol magazine. So these were actually manufactured as legitimate self-defense pistols, although obviously, well, I mean, these were considered underpowered, way underpowered, ludicrously underpowered, even for the time. Is a 2.7 millimeter Colibri. Now that is small. It actually has a detachable magazine.
I wonder if you could even get rounds for it anymore. Oh, I don't know much about
no
this
one
story.
deserves to be sexually assaulted, regardless of their profession or regardless of what they have done. I'm a real person. I have feelings. I'm not just an exotic dancer. I'm not just someone who tried to frame someone who was innocent of sexual assault. My only intentions were for justice, and I wanted justice for myself.
Hey guys, my name is Muddy, and you are welcome to Muddy Speaks. So today I have a question for you, especially for the men who are watching this show. How would you feel if a woman destroyed your life by accusing you of brutally raping her, damaging your reputation for life, dragging you through all that legal mess, and almost 20 years later, when she has been convicted and sentenced to 18 years imprisonment for stabbing her boyfriend to death, she decided to announce on a podcast that she made up the story of you raping her and that it was all a lie and just a way of getting attention. And she hopes you forgive her after nearly 20 years of ruining your life. Well, you can answer that question however you see fit, but before we move on with today's video, I just want to quickly remind you to subscribe to the channel if you've not already, like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership or buying a copy if you like, as a way of supporting the channel. Alright, so today we're going to be diving into the story of this heartless woman by the name of Crystal Magnum, and yes, aside from the fact that she is evil, I really think she is very, very heartless. So in 2006, this woman who is a professional stripper and by the name of Crystal Magnum, and yes, aside from the fact that she is evil, I really think she is very, very heartless. So in 2006, this woman who is a professional stripper accused 3 Duke University lacrosse players of raping her. This news made national headlines that scared a lot of tension about race, class, and the privilege of college students. During the time of her false accusations, there was major uproar, especially from feminists and from black people, because of course, the accuser is black and she is a woman. This news was quite sensational back then, okay? The 3 lacrosse players who were accused of rape had their lives destroyed, their names attached to the word rapist, and they were nationally vilified as racially motivated rapists. The lacrosse game was suspended in Duke University. The coach was fired. Duke University was shamed and criticized. A lot of lives were ruined by this ugly lie. And now, fast forward to 18 years later, 18 years of the 3 men involved living a life of shame and embarrassment, then only for this woman to come out and say that she lied.
You got a big dog. Wow.
A first ever stunning admission from a woman who accused Duke University lacrosse players of raping her nearly 20 years ago.
Wow.
The story was a national firestorm. She now says she lied about the encounter. Crystal Mangum first made the claims back in 2006, saying 3 members of the school's lacrosse team raped her after she had been hired to dance at a house party the team was throwing. Police charged David Evans, Colin Finnerty, and Reed Seligman after Mangum's accusations. But after much back and forth and the city's DA stepping down from the case, North Carolina's Attorney General later dismissed the charges, citing a lack of evidence. But now, going on the record on a podcast nearly 20 years later, Crystal Mangum says she was lying the whole time.
I testified falsely against them by saying that they raped me when they didn't, and that was wrong. And I betrayed the trust of a lot of other people who believed in me. And made up a story that wasn't true because I wanted validation from people and not from God. And that was wrong when God already loved me for who I was, regardless. I didn't need to seek validation from him because I already had validation from him. I just didn't know it. And I hurt my brothers. And I hope that they can forgive me. And I want them to know that I love them. And they didn't deserve that. And I hope they can forgive me. And that I hope that they can heal and trust God and know that God loves them and that God is loving them through me, letting them know that they're valuable and that they didn't deserve that.
Joining me now is CNN's Gene Casares, who reported heavily on this case. Gene, give us a sense of how impactful and controversial these accusations and the result were at that time. I remember, you remember this story all too well. I mean, this was literally a firestorm of a story back in 2006. The entire country was watching it, and to hear this admission all these years later, it's just extraordinary.
And 3 young lives were destroyed at that time.
I was in a treatment program at the time. That's why.
It was Durham, North Carolina. I was there. I was.
No, what's very interesting, the whole country probably knew about this, but I was in a treatment program that was completely shut off from outside news, and I was in that one for 8 months. So that would explain it, and it was in 2006. Everybody probably knows about this, but yeah, I was completely like. All we heard about was stuff that we talked about in meetings like NA, CA, and maybe group therapy. And that was it pretty much. When people would come to visit us, they wouldn't bring up stuff that was happening in the outside world because they wanted us to concentrate on what we were there for.
Covering this, and Crystal Magnum made the accusation that she was raped by David Evans, Cullen Finnerty, and Reed Segelman. And there were charges, very serious sexual assault charges that had terms of imprisonment for the rest of their lives.
Wow.
And in Durham, that's where it started, and everyone took Crystal Magnum's side because she came out with details, very specific, graphic details. And the young men said, we didn't do this, but Duke University did not stand by them either. They were just really silent, but everyone was focused that she was telling the truth, they weren't. Then it went to a national level, and their names became household names.
Wow.
And they were taken into court on these very serious charges, and they were in college. They were at Duke University. Furthermore, the lacrosse team, their entire season was canceled. The coach was fired.
I bet that messed up Duke's reputation too.
From it. Now, 1 year later, the Attorney General exonerated them of innocence. But there's so much more to the story. I was in the courtroom, and Mike Nifong, the district attorney of Durham, was charged with criminal contempt and then also for disbarment of his bar license. And it came out what the truth was. One of the defense teams had a young attorney, just got out of law school, and he would stay up at night reading the thousands of pages of DNA evidence. And he found something in one of those thousands of pages that confirmed that their DNA was not a part of DNA that they had collected from her.
How was that not already a known thing?
Is actually one of the major factors that they were exonerated, and that came out during Mike Nifong's trial. He was convicted, by the way, the district attorney, who had stood by her and had done many interviews about how she was raped so viciously. And then they reclaimed their lives. But right there, I believe that's David Evans right there. He said that he, at the time, because he was in the courtroom during Mike Nifong's trial, he wanted to become an attorney because he wanted to help others who were wrongfully accused. And I don't know if that happened, but that is what he wanted at that time. But they'll always be the 3 Duke lacrosse players, right?
Yeah.
If you say the name Colin Finnerty, especially if you live in Duke, in Durham, you're going to know who that is.
First of all, I just want to say that I'm happy that these 3 men at least can have a little semblance of satisfaction that this Jezebel came out and confessed the truth to the whole world. I know it's way too late and she's only telling the truth now because she has already ruined her life by herself. I mean, she is currently in prison right now, serving an 18-year sentence for stabbing her own boyfriend to death. Maybe she's hoping to make amends for her conscience, whatever the case may be. But I'm a bit relieved that at least everybody is now sure that these men who were just young boys at the time of that accusation have been exonerated. Now, this is why I can never support anyone blindly because of what they represent. I would not support you or give you my loyalty simply because you're white, or because you're black and you look like me, or because you're just a female like me, or because you're poor or whatever. Oh, believe whatever a woman tells you. No. I would rather look at the evidence, okay, investigate the situation, and then draw my own conclusions. Sadly, a lot of men have had their lives ruined simply because we chose to believe whatever a woman says. A woman falsely accuses a man of sexual assault or rape, and then boom, we automatically crucify and convict the man. We forget that some people are just vicious and evil, and that includes women. Yes, some women are just so horrible and dangerous and wicked. I would advise you to go online and watch the main video of this woman making these rape accusations back in 2006. The conviction in her voice, the detailed explanation of her story, the way she was able to craft her story to make it look as real as possible would leave you in awe. Everyone believed her back then, even without any evidence, okay? Everyone was on her side simply because she's a woman, and we must believe whatever a woman says. Now, I am not saying that we shouldn't believe women when they come out to tell their stories. No, I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is that we should be able to take every story with a grain of salt. Make sure we have sufficient evidence to back up these claims, investigate these stories thoroughly before jumping to conclusions.
Both sides can be guilty of using propaganda. Like the left, though, it does seem like they're the quickest to latch on to some propaganda without fact checking it. Just like, for instance, they'll take something Trump says like totally out of context and make it look like he's super racist or something. And they know better. They can read through the lines of that, but they know that their followers are dumb enough to not look into it. They'll just hear the little 3-second blurb and their explanation of it, and they'll run with it because they want, like, they're looking for any kind of ammo they can get. They don't care if it's if it's facts or not. Right? I feel like the right cares more about facts. They're looking for facts. Like, for instance, whenever COVID was happening, people that were considered more right-leaning wanted facts. They wanted doctors to look into it. They wanted doctors' opinions on it that weren't connected with the WHO or with Fauci. They weren't letting us have that. They were literally shutting it down. They would shut those live streams down. They would delete them off the internet. When there were multiple doctors saying, we don't know if this is true what they're saying, or this is true what they're saying about COVID. I've been doing this for a while with these types of viruses and this and that. Oh, shut them down.
Horrible woman just make things worse, for real.
But the left will run with these stories, like they did with Jesse Smollett or whatever the hell his name was. They probably ran with this back in the day, I bet, to try to show how racist America is, or how whatever. Probably was it that?
Victims of sexual assault and rape, okay? They make it difficult for real victims to come up and tell their stories for fear of being disbelieved or being doubted by the society. And honestly, I'm all for forgiveness and letting go of the wrongs that people have committed against you. But in this particular case, I really don't know what to say. This woman destroyed a lot of people's lives for no reason. She had no problems with these guys before. She just decided to accuse them because they were white and rich, and she figured that the society would be on her side because she's a black woman from the downside of life. That was malicious beyond measure. That was evil and wicked. And the fact that she went through with this lie for almost 2 decades is something I can never ignore. Okay, honestly, I have never seen anything worse than this in my 23 years of life. This is just horrible and insane at the same time. Left for me though, I would suggest that she be given the exact punishment these 3 men would have gotten if they were found guilty. She should be prosecuted to the full weight of the law. And as for forgiveness, that is something that will be left for the victims of her lies to decide, okay? But she has to bear the consequences of her wicked actions. But as always, guys, these are my thoughts, these are my opinions, but feel free to share yours in the comment section below, but do so respectfully. Also, if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, honestly, I don't know what you're waiting for. Subscribe to the channel, like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership or buying me a coffee if you like, as a way of supporting the channel. Thank you for watching this video, and I hope to catch you on the next one. For now, peace.
I still don't know if she's actually in America. Must be though. She's one of the good ones. One of the good migrants. Like, this is the type of migrant we used to get. We used to vet people before they came here and see that they were educated first. They knew English. Like, they had certain attributes that we wanted in our population. And what we've done lately is just really fucked it all up a little bit. Because these people that we invited in aren't that, for the most part, and they like having lots of kids that are also probably, maybe, not necessarily, but maybe they're going to follow after their parents. Could be. I don't know, so maybe one of them will invent Fritos. Was it whoever Biden had that movie showing? Like, they could have done this other movie that was about a war hero that was a migrant. It just came out that same year, but instead they did some White House showing of the guy that invented the spicy Cheeto or some shit. Remember? I live streamed the intro for it before they were watching. Stop eating my belt, you crazy. What movie was that? I never actually saw it. Maybe it's out on watch it for free now. Movie about inventor of chip. I'll put a Mexican next there. No, that's not it. I'll put Mexican. That's what I gotta put to really make it. Don't know what I mean. Flamin' Hot. The 2023 movie Flamin' Hot is about Richard Montanez, a Mexican American who claims to have invented Flaming Hot Cheetos. That's the movie that they were showcasing at. So instead of making them think that they can be a war hero or an engineer, because I forget what the other movie, it might have been in like a space aeronautical engineer or something. That was the other one that came out. Like, instead of making them think that they can come here and do something like that, make them think they can come and invent a chip, a potato chip. Well, cheap, I felt, for them to showcase that movie over one with a little more like the credibility. Like, it's more credits. Like, you have probably done more in life to get to be like. Anything other than somebody who creates a Flamin' Hot Cheeto. Come on, man. What the? He was just a factory. He like worked in there in some other position, and he had an idea. He was like, "Hey, we like this, you know. Hey, we like this in the Mexican community. We put the little lime, and we put the chili on the chips." And the CEO or whatever is probably like, "Hell yeah, man, we should make a chip like that." And then that's the thing. Yes. Amazing. He did something fucking truly amazing. Anything is capable of happening here in America. No, not became like a high-level ranking engineer somewhere and produced a Pulitzer Prize for creating some amazing thing that wouldn't have happened without him. No, fucking flaming hot Cheeto. That's what you can look up to, Mexicans. Come to America. Create a potato chip for us. We're hungry. And it's same how leftists will be like, yeah, now who's going to do all those jobs that the migrants do? And the right wing would be like, what? Why are you acting like the only jobs that migrants can do is pick vegetables and shit? Because that's where they want to keep them. They didn't want to abolish slavery anyway, right? Democrats. They want to keep them in those slave roles of picking the vegetables and shit for some slow wages. Low wages. Because if they're not legal, if they're allowing them to flood here without getting work permits, well, they're going to be working for very little money. Buddy, you want to put your ass in my face? Come on, let's do it. Come on, let's do it. Come on, I'm ready. You come down here. You're back, huh? I see you're back. Janitor, did you see it? Look at these crazy fucking bro.
Well, would you camp out?
What makes these people so silly? They're young and dumb, so they don't really know that they're not watching a live performance.
To see your favorite singer. Some devoted fans of Billie Eilish have spent a week on the streets to
Billie
get close
Eilish
to their idol at her concert
is
tonight.
probably
I know
lip
we had
syncing
cameras
the
out there
entire
earlier in the week.
performance.
NBC4's Annette Arriola
They
is
don't
live
care,
this morning
though.
in Inglewood speaking to the Grammy Award-winning
These people lined up
fans.
outside.
I guess you could
It's
give
crazy.
them some sort of award for waiting all this
And the
time.
tickets
It
are
really
probably
shows
crazy
how
expensive,
devoted they
too.
are to her.
They are dedicated, let me tell you,
49 degrees
Klimak,
out, so it's
that
pretty
this
chilly.
is a lifestyle, really. We've been talking to a lot of these folks
I've
out
never
here. They
done
tell
this
me
for a
that
concert.
They have been traveling coast to coast, seeing Billie Eilish in concert over the last
Why?
couple of weeks. And now that she is here at the Kia Forum in
I know
Inglewood,
zero
you have these
songs.
fans out here that have camped out. They have their blankies, they have their chairs, their hand warmers. Look, they got smiles smiles on their faces, and they're not even half frozen just yet because they are counting down. Right, ladies? Less than 2 hours to go till they hand out those wristbands, because a lot of these folks here have general admission tickets. What does that mean? That they will have standing room only areas in front of the stage, and they want to get that wristband because they want to be up and close and personal with the one and only Billie Eilish. Now, these girls over here, they're very special. They came from Vegas, right? You guys drove in yesterday morning. Okay, and there was a whole pre-planning to all of this. Walk me through this.
Oh.
So we bought the tickets first, and I knew since we're from Vegas coming to here, we bought a hotel because we need somewhere to shower. And then we just got the snacks, made sure we had the time off from work, and then
shower.
made sure to leave early.
Okay, and you guys have been taking turns, right? Going to the hotel in teams. 2 of you stay, 2 of you go.
Okay,
What's
never
been
mind.
the hardest part over the past 24
They really
hours
explained
now?
it. Oh.
With how cold it's been, and then walking at night.
Okay.
Yeah, but the coldness has been the worst part.
That rock
Okay,
crash.
show me the fingers. Are they? Let's see.
got hand warmers.
You got hand warmers. I got those hand warmers for my daughters yesterday because they were at a Christmas parade. They work, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. They're going. And I have to ask, what are their parents saying?
Oh,
What are
she
their parents
gave
saying? What's
them
Mom and Dad
those, I
saying?
bet.
Well, my mom's coming to stand in line for us when we go in on Tuesday. So.
She's a sweetheart. And then also what they told me, John, is that they actually have tickets for tonight. They have seated tickets, but they're
dude, they
waiting
didn't
because they
vote.
have general
Come on.
admission for Tuesday night, right? Okay, so how many nights are you guys attending? Is it just those 2 nights?
Yeah, just those 2.
Okay. And then just to wrap up here, would you do this again?
Most of the youth don't vote.
Only for Billie Eilish. Absolutely.
Only for Billie. Okay, so there you
Too-
have it.
they're voting for
Only
Billie
for
Eilish.
Billie. We'll send it back to you, John Klimak.
You know, I became a Billie fan when she sang the song for the Bond movie. Are you aware of that?
They were probably Harris fans, though.
No, I did not know.
Yeah, I mean, she's a local,
No,
so
no, but I have been
that's one reason
indoctrinated.
to like her. You're in.
I've been indoctrinated. I am now. I am in. I
They
am
lean
in with the international
left, one of
fan
those
club.
type shit.
So I'm good, right?
I would
Right,
vote
ladies? Okay.
for Harris if I were going to vote.
Maybe somebody
Biden.
talk you into holding their spot for another night. Thanks, Annette.
I got kids at home. No. Bye.
Maybe Fox is recovering for what? Is Jamie Foxx recovering at the bottom of the screen? What the f?
A woman wiped back to front instead of front to back. This is how her husband's nerves shut down. Ian is a 44-year-old man presenting to the emergency room with diarrhea and severe muscle weakness. He tells the admitting nurse that he hasn't slept well for more than a month, and he's been so thirsty, but he can't even grab onto a glass of water. Ian's wife, Cupcake, was recently on vacation on an equatorial
She a
island.
stripper?
Her trip seemed to just have problems nonstop, starting from the time when she arrived at the airport, and when she was at the hotel after lunch one afternoon,
ate his
she
stripper
started having
girlfriend out?
diarrhea like no other, and it
Hell
just
no.
wouldn't go away. It ruined her trip because after that day, she had trouble eating and drinking anything. When she got home, her diarrhea didn't go away. Every day, she would feel crampy abdominal pain squeeze into her stomach, followed by a terrible movement out. She really thought that maybe her stomach just didn't agree well with the food that she ate on her trip, but at home with her husband, they would prepare some food together. Since she came home from this trip, she would often release air into the room that was so foul to Ian that he just couldn't handle it. For some meals, she would feel okay afterwards, but other times, there would be massive problems. One evening, Cupcake went to the bathroom. Typically, she'd wipe front to back, but because she had gone so many times that day, she wiped back to front instead. The area was so sore, but when she looked back at the toilet paper, she thought she saw something horrible. She wasn't sure what it was. It was like there might have been some small, darkly colored dots inside. It kind of looked like big bits of pepper, except she hadn't eaten any pepper recently.
blood,
Later that
right?
night,
That's
Cupcake was
digested
with
blood,
her
right?
husband. She hadn't showered, but neither of them had thought that anything was different from how
Hell
they would
no.
normally do it. When they were done, they both went to sleep, and something terrible was going to happen. In the early morning, Ian woke up. He had to use the bathroom, and it was here where he had the worst movement of his life. He couldn't understand what was happening because he could feel his stomach quake and shake inside.
This is the weirdest one of these I've ever
As the days
seen.
passed, Ian would just have nonstop diarrhea, just like Cupcake did when she came home from the trip. He couldn't keep anything down, but then things started to get worse. A couple weeks after having dealt with this, Ian hadn't eaten well for a very long time. He had trouble sleeping. He couldn't think straight. He just didn't feel like himself, and things started to get worse. One day, while driving to work,
because he ate it. That's this thing, whatever it is. It had its life. It produced. It's like a tapeworm or some shit. I bet it's something that created the life cycle in her intestines, and he ingested the next one. It's like face suckers with aliens. You know, you had the first one that would latch onto someone's face and put something inside of them, and that would birth something else. Well, she birthed something else in her intestines, and he ate that. So that's going to have different effects than what she's having, I think. Whoa.
and after having his now normal morning diarrhea,
Ian
had to stop on the side of the road. He had trouble grabbing onto the steering wheel because his hands felt weak. When he would walk around, he would feel like his legs were shaking. Every time he tried to stand up, it would get harder and harder, and when he was finally up, he'd feel dizzy. After several sleepless nights, Ian couldn't take it anymore as he brings himself to the hospital where we are now. At examination, Ian looked okay. When doctors looked at his mouth, they thought it appeared a little dry. His skin was giving some indications that he was dehydrated, and when they took a blood test, it did in fact confirm that Ian was dehydrated. But not only that, they found out that he has hypokalemia. Hypo meaning low. Kali referring to potassium, or more formally kalium, is shown by its symbol on the periodic table of elements, and emia meaning presence in blood. Low potassium presence in blood. Ian told the medical team about his nonstop diarrhea lasting several weeks by this point. He told them that he didn't know why it was happening because he hadn't traveled anywhere recently, and he hadn't eaten anything out of the ordinary. When the body has diarrhea, nutrients that should have been reabsorbed are wasted. That's why it's watery instead of the solid fecal matter that's supposed to be formed. A persistent, chronic diarrhea will incur a great amount of loss because every day the amount of potassium out of the body outpaces the amount of potassium in. But why was Ian having this diarrhea? In the hospital, the medical team waited for Ian's next movement. They collected a sample, and when they were able to look at it, they found Giardia duodenalis, a protozoan parasite that causes persistent infectious diarrhea. This isn't very common in the United States, so where did this come from? Infectious Giardia cysts come from contaminated food or water.
Can't we get it from cats? I thought we could get that Giardia. The cats had it out here, and I was like nervous that I was gonna mess up.
In the United States, if someone has this from either of these routes, it's likely because they had traveled to another country. Doctors know that Ian hadn't been traveling, but when they asked if anyone in his household had been, suddenly everything made sense to him. Ian called Cupcake. She still had been sick all these weeks that Ian was sick. This didn't seem like a coincidence to them anymore. He told doctors about the trip that she had had and about her sickness during that trip that persisted all the way until today. It didn't seem like she could eat anything, and after a few days, it appeared that whatever it was, she had spread it to him. And when Cupcake came into the hospital, her stool sample was positive for Giardia. This made sense to her. Giardia cysts can live in the environment in places where it's endemic. These cysts contaminate food and water, or hands and surfaces, and when they get into the small intestines of humans, they release trophozoites, which are the active feeding stage that can multiply, and it's here where they cause problems. They disrupt normal nutrient absorption that would happen, and they cause bloating and cramping and all the abdominal problems that Ian and his wife experienced. As the parasites get to the colon, they become cysts, which get passed into the stool, and the cycle continues as they go and infect other humans. Ian's hypokalemia was due to gastrointestinal losses, and it was causing his muscle weakness. Electrolytes are used to send signals. The electro part of their name signifies that their electrical charge tells cells to do certain things. The most abundant positively charged electrolyte outside of cells is sodium, and the most abundant one inside cells is potassium. When a muscle contracts, it receives the signal from a nerve, and this causes sodium to rush into the cell to signal the start of the contraction. Because there's a huge influx of positive charge, the cell balances this by pumping potassium out. Calcium commits to the contraction, and when the contraction is done, potassium rushes back into the cell to signal for relaxation. If potassium isn't around to signal this relax because EN has hypokalemia, then his muscles will cramp. They can become weak because the correct signal to even start the contraction is disrupted.
So we would take a potassium, help with that?
On the electrical activity of his nerves and muscles, they find that it was difficult to excite the muscles enough to contract, and that there was less connection of nerve to muscle because parts of his muscle have died.
What?
Ian's blood test had noted that he had other nutrient deficiencies. He had low levels of magnesium, which worsens hypokalemia, and low levels of zinc, copper, vitamin B12, and vitamin A. Although because he was an adult and nutrients can have significant stores in the body for some time, he wasn't symptomatic of these deficiencies. But this is why Giardia is a public health problem in places where it's endemic. Not everyone who gets Giardia is an adult. Children who get infected are famously known to have stunted growth and delayed development because the parasite sits in their small bowel and prevents them from absorbing the nutrients that they need from food. This has lifelong impact on the person and never really goes away, even when the parasite is eventually eliminated from their body. Other accounts have demonstrated that Giardia cysts can enter into the pancreas, and they've been found inside pancreatic tumors. It's highly unlikely that they cause the tumor, but rather we know that they can migrate within the GI tract, with the pancreas being one possible destination because it's happened without a tumor present.
Eerie.
Cupcake, having gotten cysts from her trip, had gotten them into
She's got
places
nice
where
armpits,
Ian
doesn't she?
had oral to fecal contact, and the Giardia spread to him. The nutrient malabsorption due to the excessive, chronic, infectious diarrhea is the most important consequence of this kind of infection, but the treatment is
That's what my
relatively
diarrhea looks
simple.
like.
One dose of tinidazole, an antiprotozoal medicine that should eliminate all Giardia parasite. Doctors told both of them that by day 7, their diarrhea and all other related symptoms should go away. Ian was given all the nutrients and vitamins that he was deficient in for some time in the hospital.
Is
When
that
he
the
was
stuff that I was
discharged,
giving
he
the
was noted to have
cats?
some improvement in muscle strength, and at follow-up months later, Ian and Cupcake were noted to have returned to normal health as they were able to make a full, deficient in doctors told medicine that should eliminate all Giardia parasite.
I can't remember.
Doctors
I'm in.
Daniel Penny, who was acquitted this week in the chokehold death of Jordan Neely, is attending today's Army-Navy football game as the guest of Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. Penny was charged with causing Neely's death by putting the homeless man in a chokehold after he began acting erratically on a New York subway train last year. On Monday, a jury found Penny not guilty of criminally negligent homicide. J.D. Vance posted on X, "Daniel's a good guy, and New York's mob district attorney tried to ruin his life for having a backbone." Back with us, Ruth Ben-Ghiat, history professor at New York University, and joining us now, former New York Congressman Mondaire Jones. Ruth, Mondaire, thank you both very much for coming to the show. Mondaire, let me start with you. Just your general reaction to having Daniel Penny in such august company.
I wouldn't describe it as august company. I mean, I'd rather be doing literally anything else other than hanging out with Donald Trump at a football game. Even if I wanted to be at the football game, I think that liberals have to be careful here. Obviously, what happened in the acquittal of Daniel Penny was very controversial. Some people question the district attorney's decision to prosecute the case at all. I don't agree with that. I don't second guess this district attorney. I think there was a lot of evidence to move forward with, but the jury has rendered a verdict.
Right.
And over the next 4 or more years, there's going to have to be a picking and a choosing of battles. And it's not going to be effective for liberals to make hay of every single thing that Donald Trump does that they disagree with. And I don't think this is one of those things that people should really be engaging with as a criticism of the incoming president.
Let me stick with you just on this for a moment, because, I mean, one of the things that jumps out at me is the signal that it sends. The signal that it sends to America about, and particularly to Black Americans. You know, someone going through a mental episode is restrained. I don't think anybody would begrudge Daniel Penny restraining him, but to the point of killing him. And then this person goes from being in a court to being with the incoming president of the United States at a football game, in some ways being lauded. And for a lot of people, it's a little galling. That this is what Trump and Vance are doing, as opposed to they could have had anybody else in that box.
This is like among the least of the controversial things that Donald Trump, a convicted felon himself, has done, right? And obviously Daniel Penny denies that he intentionally killed this gentleman. A tragic story. We should have started with that, right? I mean, this is someone who the system clearly failed at every step of his life. And so, you know, my heart breaks for his family in particular and for his community. But, you know, least surprising behavior ever. Obviously not a choice that I would have made. If I were in the position of the former president. But he's leaning into this idea felt by a lot of Americans that America has been overcome by lawlessness. It's ironic, given his own prolific criminality, Donald Trump, that is. But people view crime differently when it's committed by this incoming president versus Black and brown people in this country.
Speak on it, as the people would say. Ruth, let me switch gears here. And have you listened to something that Senator Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island had to say on MSNBC on Thursday about whether he thinks Kash Patel and Pete Hegseth will get confirmed? And we'll get your reaction on the other side.
This is not just about getting these two nominees through, these two very troubled and inappropriate nominees through. This is also about conditioning the Republican Senate to be an obedient body, and once they've broken them on this, it becomes easier and easier to force other unpalatable things through the Republican senators.
Ruth, I mean, Senator Whitehouse isn't wrong here, is he?
No, he's absolutely right. And he's also a national leader on anti-corruption issues. He understands these things very well. You know, in an authoritarian context, the purpose of the party, the leader's party, is to defend the leader and solve his personal and legal problems and any financial problems he might have. And so that is the way that many GOP senators and congresspeople are acting. Mm-hmm. And the party becomes kind of hijacked and made into a personal tool of the leader. And so whatever the issue, all that matters is what the leader wants. It's very dispiriting to see the GOP having remade itself in the tradition of so many of the parties I've studied in other countries. And it goes on today in Turkey and Hungary, other countries. And this is exactly an example of it.
Mm-hmm. Mondaire, I just want to play some sound for you of President-elect Donald Trump on Meet the Press back on December 8th. Just listen to what he had to say, and then I'll explain why I'm bringing this up. Okay, watch this, y'all.
I went on groceries. It's a very simple word, groceries. Like almost, you know, who uses the word? I started using the word. The groceries, when you buy apples, when you buy bacon, when you buy eggs, they would double and triple the price over a short period of time. And I won an election based on that. We're going to bring those prices way down.
So, Mondaire, I bring this up because in his interview with Time magazine, in which he was named Time's Person of the Year, he says, and I quote, "It's hard to bring things down once they're up. You know, it's very hard." This is what he's talking about in terms of grocery prices. Go on.
Yeah. The economy, more than any other issue, was determinative in this past election. And the fact is, while the rate of inflation is close to where it was before the pandemic at this point in time, there is corporate greed. We know what the explanation is for why the cost of groceries and gas is about 20% or more higher than it was before the pandemic. Donald Trump is unwilling to take on the anti-competitive behavior in the marketplace by the oil companies and the gas companies and the meat companies. And so now that he's won this election after campaigning in poetry, horrific poetry, he is now going to walk back all of his promises about reining in the price of goods because he doesn't want to upset his billionaire donors and, of course, the major corporations that have been flooding our system of elections with cash to get him elected.
You know, I know someone who had a plan to do something about this situation, but the people thought otherwise. Ruth, I hear you chuckling. I'll have you have the last word.
Who is that? Harris?
So President-elect Trump wouldn't be the only person to not fulfill some of the campaign promises. But when you have no morals and no fidelity to the truth, and you will say or do anything to get to power and then stay there, which was January 6th last time, it's not surprising that you will walk back things that you said you were going to do. And I also remind viewers that 16 Nobel Prize winners in economics signed a letter warning of the risks to the economy from a second Trump administration. And so here we are.
Yeah, and here we are, but we have to go. Ruth Ben-Ghiat and former Congressman Mondaire Jones, thank you both very much for coming to the Saturday Show.
Hi, I'm Steve Ducey.
This woman's disastrous attempt to find her dog backfired in the worst possible way.
Hello? Hi, this is the Rancho Cordova Police Department. You called about your dog.
Yeah, she's barking in the same spot in someone's backyard, but I knocked on two of the neighbors' doors. One of them answered, said that they didn't have the dog. It sounds like it's coming from the house behind them. But it's like hard to tell.
Can you give me an address of where we need to go?
Yeah.
And can you see your dog?
Can I what?
How do you know it's your dog?
Because I know what my dog's bark sounds like.
Okay.
During this exchange, Sacramento Dispatch received another concerning call from the same area.
Sheriff's Office.
Hey, I'm calling. I live in Rancho Cordova, and there's this woman walking around with a butcher knife, and she just tried to break into our house.
And is the person white, black, Hispanic, or Asian?
She's white. She's wearing checkered shorts. She's holding around a butcher knife, and she's going around
What color
and trying to
shirt,
break
ma'am?
into people's houses. What color shirt was she wearing? Oh, hold on. Let me look at my cameras.
And do you know if did she try to open any other neighbors' doors or just yours?
I'm not sure if she did or not. She came to our door once. She tried to get in through the door, and by the time we got out there, she was gone. Then about 3 minutes later, she circled back and started opening our fence to get into our backyard, and that's when we saw her.
And
She started, like, banging on the doors and the gates. I don't know if she went to anybody else's house, though.
Okay.
The operator instinctively made a connection between the calls, and after concluding that the suspect could be the initial caller, they contacted her again to de-escalate the situation.
Hello?
Hi, is this...
Yes, I just got a phone call.
That was me trying to... Are you...
I know who has... I already know who has my dog. Yeah, my dog's in the backyard.
Okay. I'm sending officers to help you. Are you carrying a butcher knife?
No, I'm sitting in a chair in my room.
You're sitting in a chair in your room. You don't have a knife at all?
No.
Okay. What's your address? What's your room?
I got my dog. Thank you.
Oh, you already have your dog.
Following the uncooperative response, officers reached the victim's residence to investigate the break-in incident.
Okay, thank you.
Dude, I would not like having those curbs if I lived there. I want a barrier. Someone's going to drive up into my yard.
Is this her down here in the car, or where'd she go?
She just walked that way. I don't know which one after that. We went back in the house.
Is she one of your neighbors?
So she says she actually knows where she lives. I've never seen her before. We just came out here because she was in her backyard. And we were like, what are you doing? She said, oh, you guys stole my dog, and then pulled the knife out on us. We were like, we don't have your dog. And then put the knife down.
How was she holding the knife?
I could actually see I have a video on the ring camera.
Okay.
She's done.
And I was like, what the heck? And I didn't even see that she had a knife until...
a dog back there?
We have two dogs, and so our neighbors behind...
Are they both your dogs, or did you like find one of them?
No, they're both ours, though. And then she was like, oh, I can hear the dogs barking. I was like, our neighbors behind us also have dogs. And so I was like, they're the ones that are probably barking, because they're like, oh, yeah, so... Let me pause it real quick. So, I actually downloaded the video. Yeah.
The female can be clearly seen knocking on the door while brandishing a butcher's knife, but turns away as soon as she notices the ring camera.
And then so she came back. The first time she came, she knocked, and then by the time I got out, she was already walking away. And then this time she came back in, and we were like, all of a sudden we heard this like super loud banging, and I was like, what the heck was that?
You didn't have a dog.
I got out, and I was like, make sure the dogs don't get out, so I walked out. And then on my other cameras, I saw that she just like barged into the backyard, and I was like, what the heck? And then by that time when I came out, she was like walking out, and I'm like, hey, what are you doing? And then she was like, I'm looking for my dog. You guys have my dog. I'm like, you don't have your dog. And I didn't see that she even had a knife. And then my wife was like, what are you doing with that knife? And she's like, put that knife away. And then she like hid it behind. And she was kind of like swinging it a little bit. She wasn't like doing anything, but she was like, I'm looking for my dog. And so I was like, she said something like someone's gonna like hurt her dog if she doesn't get it back. I was like, we don't have your dog. And so she put it.
I can't imagine this happening to me.
And then walked away. But,
crazy lady, bro.
Roseanne knows where she lives, so.
Whatever house this is, I'm a log away. All right.
This music, though. Where's Ted at, man? I'm eating the Deans. This could be us, Ted. Dude, look at these stickers on our car. Eggs, milk, what else is it? But they're made to look like racing stickers.
Can you control your dog?
Yeah, she's just sitting there. I just got back from getting her. I'm sorry, I'm not dealing with this right now. I'm going through a lot.
What are you going through? Here, ma'am, come out here for a minute.
No.
Yes?
No.
We gotta talk about something.
Leave me alone.
Ma'am, step out of the car. Hi, pup.
Someone stole my dog.
Someone stole your dog?
Yeah.
Okay,
all
you
my
live here?
gates are closed. I went outside, still no gates are open. And she's not in the backyard.
Do you live here?
Yes, I own this house.
You own this house?
Yes.
Okay. Step out here for a minute.
No.
Step out of the car, keep your hands in sight.
The officers attempted to remove the female from her vehicle, but somehow she was able to pull away, start her car, and shift it into reverse.
Oh my god. Oh, now she's really done. Oh my god. They could have, dude, if that would have been California, they would have probably shot her.
Hey, 5-5 boys, shots fired.
Oh, shots were fired.
White Dodge Challenger, heading now southbound.
Wow, dude. You could just died.
Shots fired, shots fired. All officers are okay. Vehicle fled from us. It's a white female adult attached to the call.
The charged female was only able to dodge law enforcement for a measly 15 minutes before a felony vehicle stop was initiated on her vehicle.
Amateur. Rookie numbers. Six-cylinder.
Turn off the car! Turn off the car!
Oh, they make those in 4 cylinders?
Hey, turn off the car! Put your keys out the window! Go! Turn your car off! Turn off the car! Hey, dog coming up! Dog in the car!
Oh no.
Dog in the car! Hey,
dog fight.
Yeah, stay in traffic. Throw the keys out the window. Throw your keys out the window.
They can't send the dog in because she has a dog.
Turn your car off.
That'd be a fair fight.
Hey, one at a time. One at a time. Hands up.
Let's let the dogs duke it out. I'm just playing. I'm really just playing. We can settle this right now. Just got the more capable dog. And not to the finish. Only until one of them is like hurting. You gotta let the break them up.
Who's arresting him?
Oh my god.
Hey! Step out! Go. You got commands? Yeah. Go.
Poor dog, man. Damn. I wonder what ended up happening with it. Oh. What? It's gonna take off? No way. I couldn't bark.
Turn around! Turn around! Face away! Cool!
You must be on something, dude. She got that stripper vibe to her. Maybe she got something she thought was something else. From a client. He hooked her up with that research chemical.
The female was charged with resisting arrest and assault on a law enforcement officer. Her bond was set at $500,000, and she was acquitted of all charges after spending 6 months in prison. YouTube thinks you'll love the video on screen. Click to watch now.
Prison. How can you get acquitted after spending 6 months in prison? It disappears after that? Like it never happened?
Welcome back. There's a new Los Angeles City Council that's been impaneled with 2 new members. Welcoming them is their attorney. Heidi Feldstein Soto is the city attorney for the city of Los Angeles. A lot on her plate going into the new year. Thank you very much for taking the time. First of all, the council received a lot of attention on formally becoming a sanctuary city. From where you sit, what does that mean?
What it means is the resources of the city are not going to be used to further the immigration law civil suits brought by ICE agents. I can't stop ICE from operating in the city. Federal agents, of course, will come into our city. But there's not going to be a public safety issue with an immigrant family who perhaps has an undocumented member calling us for help.
Right. But does that mean you're the police chief, and you got a phone call from immigration because you don't return the phone call? I mean, you just don't disconnect. You disconnect completely with federal agents.
No, of course not. I mean, law enforcement works together. We share databases. We do have legitimate areas where we work together, and those primarily involve crime. If there's somebody who has an outstanding federal warrant, we will enforce that warrant. That's very different than responding to a call for public drunkenness or trespass or domestic violence, and then turning around and not only arresting the perpetrator, but reporting to ICE that there's an undocumented member of that household.
What is the most important issue that you're dealing with going into the new year?
It continues to be, for me, human trafficking, especially the sex trafficking of our minor children. We have had a very successful program on the Figueroa corridor, as I think you and I talked about before. We are up to 177 minors who have been rescued, 177 young people who have been taken off the street for sex trafficking. I have 7 bills that I will be taking up to Sacramento. We are facing a fiscal deficit and a budgetary crisis, and so I'm trying to do my part to bring that down and help the city in terms of risk management.
Prop 36 was passed. It tightens the penalties for drug use, for theft. Did you support Prop 36?
No.
Not publicly.
Asshole.
Why not?
Because I try not to weigh in.
Right, okay, not publicly, but now that it's passed, do you think it's going to be a good thing for the state?
I will certainly enforce it, and I will work
You're
with
not
you to
answering the
enforce
question.
it. And yes, I do think it's a good thing for
How
the
many
state.
people come up to you and say, listen, there's not enough enforcement of things that deal with the quality of life issues?
I mean, she'd be stupid to not say she wants to.
I have never seen so much graffiti in Los Angeles than now. There's so much tolerance for it that you have a high-rise tower, that abuts the
How the hell does that happen?
where there are major events
Overnight.
and people come out and see, how many stories of graffiti. Is that something that you prosecute for?
We did prosecute. We prosecuted, I believe, 18 individuals who were caught for tagging on that particular parcel, and every single one was diverted by the court.
To
something other than a carceral or a criminal justice remedy. Diverted to community service, diverted to a city attorney
It was
hearing.
not on your recommendation.
No.
And what do you think of that?
I have been enforcing the law, and I think that changing the dynamic will take more than a year. I mean, the fact is that the voters have spoken. I'm proud to report that my predecessor had a 40% rejection rate of LAPD referrals. We have doubled the number of referrals, and our rejection rate has dropped to 23%. So I'm doing my piece of it to bring the cases forward and take them to the court.
So there was this famous audio recording of 3 city council members, the racist comments. Gil Cedillo was a member of the council, and Kevin De Leon was Nuri Martinez was the president at the time. There was a long investigation as to who recorded that illegally and then leaked it. Why didn't you file on that case?
Well, first of all, the DA didn't file either. George Gascon passed on it and passed it on to me. We looked at it very carefully. The recording was made in October of 2021. The uploading of the recording was in October of 2022. The IP address for the uploading was the only evidence we had connecting anyone to that recording. We could not prove that the recording at the Labor Federation was done from that IP address a year earlier, and there were 2 individuals who lived at the address, and neither of them would talk to us. So bringing a case to prove something beyond a reasonable doubt.
You didn't have the evidence.
I didn't.
What is the biggest problem going forward?
For my office, I am very focused on claims, liabilities, and ways to mitigate the risk. I've been asked to do that by City Council and by the mayor.
The risk from the LAPD and any other agency.
Everyone focuses on the LAPD. At the end of the day, our city has many risks, and every time we pay out a multi-million-dollar settlement or a multi-million-dollar verdict, potholes don't get fixed. Every time we take taxpayer dollars because someone basically has anxiety or depression from an employment case, we make someone a multi-millionaire. But we deprive ourselves of the dollars to clean up our streets, to build housing, to do the things that we need to do as a city to bring services. What has happened in the courtroom is because they can't award punitive damages, we suddenly get $10 million in anxiety, depression, or I worked under a supervisor who I didn't like for 18 months.
Heidi Feldstein-Soto, the city attorney for Los Angeles.
Thanks
very much. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Good luck
to you.
in the new year.
Thank you.
The city attorney doesn't give a fuck about the people of the city. All the city attorney cares about is saving money for the city so that they're not liable for shit and getting sued for shit. Seriously, I had to deal with them whenever the cops shot my car all up. The city attorney is who got back to me and they're like, that's not our responsibility. That's the sheriff's department. You're going to have to talk to the county. Well, fuck her. He doesn't have the people's best interests. He's just trying to save money for the city. Or, like, not necessarily so the city can use that money for the people. They can use that money for themselves. Give themselves raises. Right? Bonuses and shit. That work. I don't know how it works. It works, so don't they get bonuses? A lobster eating another lobster. It's sad. I wonder if anybody comes in and says, I want that lobster. The beast. Is it actually eating it, or is it like trying to help it? I'm not convinced until I see it put something in its mouth. Probably wants to open its claws so bad, dude. That's sad. Like, why doesn't my claw work anymore? There's a channel where this guy brings a lobster home and rehabilitates it. Pretty cool. Yeah, it's hungry though, for sure. Thing. Is that like, do they feed them when they're in there, do they? They're all hungry. Yeah, it's definitely eating it right there. Asian people really have no regard for the life that lives in water. So there's definitely Asian accent in the background, or Asian dialect, Asian language. don't even think fish have like feelings. Nothing. Oh wow, is it actually breaking it open and eating it now? Well, look at that. It actually is eating the scales. The gallus.
Now to your Friday recalls, where 12 News consumer reporter Sarah Grinelli gives us a look at what items to be on the lookout for.
This week, the popular cup company, Stanley, is recalling millions of their mugs. Sarah?
The switchback and trigger action travel mugs are being recalled because of a burn hazard.
According to the Consumer Product Safety Commission, this is because hot liquid can cause an issue with the lid, where the lid can come off while someone is drinking it. The mugs were sold from June 2016 through December of 2024. They were sold at major retailers, including online on Amazon, Walmart, and Dick's Sporting Goods. There have been 91 reports of the lid coming off, causing 38 burns, with 11 that needed medical attention. If you have this cup, you can contact the company for a free lid. Next, Stellantis is recalling more than 300,000 Ram heavy-duty pickup trucks. This is because a faulty part could cause certain braking and tracking systems to fail. These are all model years of 2017 and 2018, which include the Ram 2500, 3500, 4500, and the 5500. The company will fix the trucks for free. Lastly, more than 1 million pairs of oven gloves are being recalled because of a burn hazard. These are the Temptation oven gloves that do not provide enough heat protection. They were sold on QVC, and there have been 92 reports of minor burns. Consumers are asked to stop using the gloves and contact QVC for a full refund.
QVC can't be trusted.
On these recalls, head to our website, WPRI.com.
The UV glove is the only way to go, man. It's made out of like firefighter level material. I got that glove back when they came with 2 gloves. My pair is like 2 decades old or something. Now you only get 1 glove. They're changing. You only get 1 UV glove. Dude, this cheese is addicting. Probably better than I didn't buy more of it. You have 1? Yeah, they changed it over about a decade ago where they only sold 1 at a time. I was an early adopter of the UV glove. I was a believer. Same with Sonicare toothbrush. I've used Sonicare toothbrush. It's either 2000 or 2001. No, maybe 2002. One of those. 1 or 2. At one point, Sonicare wasn't even for sale in stores. It was a like as seen on TV type thing. That's how I saw it in the very beginning, were infomercials of it. I was like, whoa, I need one of those. I need clean teeth. $100,000+ have been raised for the CEO killer. And U.S. obesity rates drop for first time in a decade. Not here. Hey, Mama didn't even come to the bowl today. The drones forced the New York airport to shut down temporarily last night.
More drone sightings force a local airport to shut down, the mounting frustration over the mystery in the sky. Good evening. I'm Jessica Moore. The number of drone sightings across the tri-state area has been growing over the last 2 weeks, with more than 3,000 reports in New Jersey alone. And with no indication the sightings are coming to an end, local and state officials are becoming increasingly impatient for answers. As Alicia Reed explains, they also want authorities to destroy any drones that may be considered a threat.
It's smooth sailing at New York Stewart International Airport Saturday night, unlike the nearly hour-long delay the evening prior after a drone in the airspace stopped all flights.
It's always a nuisance.
Drones have been spotted throughout the tri-state since mid-November. The FBI says they've received about 5,000 leads since then.
It's not good.
only about 100 have led to action by the FBI. In a statement, Governor Kathy Hochul says in part, this has gone too far. She's calling on Congress to pass a bill that will strengthen the FAA's oversight of drones and give select state and local law enforcement agencies the right to detect, track, or even destroy unmanned aircraft systems, or UAS. New Jersey Congressman Chris Smith plans to introduce legislation that would authorize training for state police across the country to track and take down drones.
State police, probably a designated unit could be established, have real experts.
Over 50 local, state, and federal partners have engaged in the investigation, including the FBI, DHS, and FAA. A rep from the Department of Homeland Security says they're confident many of the sightings are manned aircrafts that are being misidentified as drones. The FAA says it is legal to fly a drone during the day or at night, as long as it's below 400 feet and isn't causing a hazard. But restricting airspace is a problem, and that happened here at Stewart International Airport. Alicia Reed, CBS News, New York.
Stay with CBS News New York as the drone mystery continues to unfold. You can see all of our reporting on the recent sightings over on our website, cbsnewyork.com.
License revoked for doing some crazy shit like that. Why aren't they getting theirs revoked? If it is man, what the? None of this makes sense. Why are there rules for this shit, but no one's getting in trouble for it? They're shutting airports down and nobody's going to get charged? People had, what about the people that affected from the airport being shut down? Are they just sitting there eating cheese?
What? 7:17, and what's trending?
Well, a happy reunion over 4 decades in the making. A plumber working at a Virginia elementary school found a vintage lunchbox. School officials found a tag inside with the name Tracy Drain. She was a 4th grade student there in 1982. Inside was a thermos with Nesquik chocolate mix, a drawing of Garfield, and some old photos. While Drain doesn't recall losing the lunchbox, she did recognize her mother's handwriting. She now says the lunchbox will serve as a family memento.
Hold on. Her name's Tracy Drain, and it was found by a plumber. I smell a conspiracy and an advertising opportunity here. Gosh, that's a skeptical newsman in me. Joe, Tracy Drain, found by a plumber. Oh, I'm kidding. That's a lovely story.
I went to school with somebody named Drain.
Really? Okay,
yeah.
So it's a real name. It's a real name. I'm just saying, what if her dad owned the plumbing business? The Drains.
I went to school losing more than just my lunchbox.
Yeah, same.
Would you guys use those tin can lunchboxes back then?
Are you asking me? Are you asking me too?
Yes. Moving on.
Why not ask
Rapper
him?
Ludacris was trying to stay incognito on the down
Is he too young?
reporting to jury duty in Atlanta.
I definitely had
this
one of
week.
those.
But his cover was nearly blown. He posted a video on Instagram about how he was dismissed from jury duty. And you're thinking, oh, okay. Ludacris was dressed in a hoodie, sunglasses, and a face mask. He laughed at no one knows who I am. But then a woman walks by, tells him, hey, you look like Ludacris.
Yeah.
He jokes that he wishes he was so he wouldn't have to be there. Well, the woman even joked with him that he should join a Ludacris look-alike contest to try to win some money.
Now, Jolani, that's funny, even with the mask. And, well, and I'm sure you get this, Billy. Sometimes, I bet people recognize your voice before they'll sometimes recognize you.
She recognizes his voice.
But Jolani says Ludacris is really short.
Yeah, he is. I think you're about the same height. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Actually, come to think of it, it's happened to me.
Yeah.
I'm in like the store.
Yeah.
I'm at the register and somebody says, wow, I heard your voice before. And I go, yeah, you go karaoke. Yeah. You know the guy in the left that sings the Elvis songs at the end of the bar? Yes, that's me. Wow.
I love it.
Hawaii news is different. They're so happy out there, aren't they? Nothing bad happens. You know what? I need more cheese. I have some more of these in the fridge. Should I just eat them all day like this? With a bigger spoon? Like, really gorge myself? What'll happen? I'll end up on one of that dude's videos on YouTube. Man eats tubs of cheese all day on a whim. This is what happened. Constipated. Which I think soft cheese causes diarrhea though. I don't know. One is one and one is the other. Like hard cheese might be the one that is more blocking because the water content is low, much lower. Oil content's much lower. Protein content much higher. Like we talked before. Wasn't it you that were having diarrhea problems? I was like, you need to eat more protein. Protein helps things stick together. Like whenever food gets stuck on dishes, it's because the protein's there. Fat, no, that doesn't stick anything. That makes it more slippery. Soft cheese is really fattening. Hard cheese, not nearly as fattening. Fat to protein ratio. It's another reason why hard cheese can last so much longer, even outside of the refrigerator, right? Because the oil, it doesn't have quite the oil content to go rancid. That's what goes bad in cat food. Dried cat food, when it's left out for long periods of time, oil rancifying in it. But like beef jerky can last god dang near forever. As long as it stays away from moisture. I'm somewhat of a poop expert. Over and out. Oh, time for Simon's heart medicine. Simon, come on. Come on. Oh, heart medicine. Come on. Oh, no. I know you don't want to go. Go. Let's go. Go. Do 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 do. Yeah, man, Brody sounds pretty good.
This is the Dyson V6 Fluffy. It's got an Inferno Gen 2 in there. You got your semi, and then for the max power, boosh! And yeah, you got your standard setup, and then if you want to do CQB, you just take that off, and then you're ready to go.
CQB vacuum.
This is the Dyson V6 Fluffy. It's got an Inferno Gen 2 in.
I couldn't pop it out. I know, I couldn't pop it out. How the shorts are sometimes. Not much as far as news. Yeah, it's a Sunday though. It might already be PUBG time. Bum 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 boo boo doo doo boo 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 doo 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 doo. Them to live streams? What? What do you mean that are shot like that? Oh, everything can get popped out as long as it's over like a certain time limit. Doesn't matter though how if it's vertical or horizontal. The news though is severely lacking today. You couldn't. What are you using for your browser? I use Firefox. Might depend on that too. Firefox was the first one to be able to do it. I don't even know if Chrome does it. Maybe they've started doing it now. But that's why I was using Firefox for. Well, I'd used Firefox before that though. Actually, I've always been a Firefox type of guy. Yeah, people were talking about the drones. People were talking about. It is.
Welcome back. He's an entrepreneur. At one point, he was a political consultant for the UK government. He was also a Fox News host, and now he's possibly a candidate for governor of California. Steve Hilton is author of Cattle Failure, Reversing the Ruin of America's Worst-Run State. Thanks very much for taking the time. Nice to see you.
Great to be here.
Now, the book is not out yet.
Yeah.
It'll be out soon, but it's part of this recitation of California is a really awful place. Give us the argument, because there are plenty of great things about this state.
Yes.
Fifth largest economy in the world, drives the American engine, economic engine. We feed the country. What's the problem?
Well, actually, I'd start by agreeing with you that actually California is a wonderful place. There's nowhere better than California. We moved here with my family from England 12 years ago, made our home here, raising our family here. I became an American 4 years ago.
Congratulations, welcome.
I love California, and in fact, that's the reason I wanted to write this book, because I think everyone can see that despite all the amazing things about our state, things are really going off track. And the data tells the story. If you look at the key indicators, whether that's economic or social or any other thing, we're not just doing badly in California, we're the worst of any state. We currently have the highest rate of poverty of any state in America. We have the highest housing costs, the lowest home ownership, the highest cost for gas and electricity and water, on and on. We have, this is the amazing one, the worst business climate in America, 10 years in a row, voted by chief executives. So something's gone really badly wrong. And the real point about this book, Cattle Failure, is not just to lay out all the things that have gone wrong and explain why that's happened, but the bit I'm most excited about is part 2 of the book, called Cali Future, which is a plan for how we get things back on track.
How do you build a cheap housing on expensive land?
Well, I think the land doesn't have to be as expensive. We actually have a whole bunch of policies, you know, many of them you could say are well-intentioned, driven by the desire to protect the environment and so on, that actually have made it impossible to build. We already have the highest housing density in the country. Only 5% or so of the entire land of California is developed at all. We could increase that and build housing for millions more people without actually destroying communities and neighborhoods. We can actually build the housing that we need without forcing communities that don't want housing to change the nature of their lifestyle.
How is that not sprawl? I mean, the idea for so long has been we'll build, and we'll just tie people together on freeways. That doesn't work anymore.
But why?
Because there's just too much traffic. People spend their life in congestion.
I'm on the road the whole time, so I can speak to that very much. There's plenty of places in California where we could build, and the suburban life that so many people associate with the California dream, that's achievable. More people are working from home. You don't necessarily have to have long commutes. Businesses can be located in different places. I think there's a whole new way of thinking about it if we just allow ourselves to be creative, and really that's the California way. That's what I'm talking about here.
The California way in the past has been local decisions dominate when it comes to housing. Should that change? Should the state have a bigger footprint in what's built and where?
No, I think that's actually been the problem. You've had too much centralization, and you've had a lot of law. For example, again, well-intentioned. Look at CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, right, which started off with great intentions and achieved some great things in terms of reducing air pollution and so on. But now it's just a disaster. It's making it impossible for anything to get done. That's a state-level law. I think that actually, if you that's always what I've believed, that if you decentralize power, put power in people's hands, communities will do the right thing. Because the truth is, some parts of our state, they feel that they're full and they don't want new housing and new development. But I've been to many parts of our state in the Central Valley, in the Inland Empire and elsewhere. They're desperate to grow and expand and build new housing. We should let them do it.
Somebody listens to you, sees the book, says he's running for governor. He wants to be governor of California. When are you going to decide on running for governor?
Well, look, the reason that I got into this was that before I was, hosting a TV show. I've started companies and I've been in the government back in the UK working on policy. So as the years went on, I wanted to get back into that. And so, yes, I'm very committed to doing what I can to turn things around in California. I'm putting ideas out there through this book and through my policy organization. I haven't quite made the decision as to whether the right way for me to do this is to run, but I'm very much considering running for governor in 2026.
And before you go, your Vita sheet. Introduce yourself to folks. You're from London, came to the United States to work in tech, and worked for the Prime Minister at one point. in the UK.
So the first thing I'd say is I just feel so incredibly blessed to be here in America. As an American, my family is actually Hungarian. My parents were immigrants from Hungary. They left a communist regime there. I had the great benefit of being born in the UK, in a place that was free. And now I feel I've made the journey all the way to the home of freedom. And that's really what I think California is. I think we're the absolute best of America. I think we need to get back to that. The place where you can be who you want to be, live how you want to live, follow your dreams. That's what I'm really excited about.
Yeah.
That's really what attracted me to California.
The best.
Even before we lived here, I felt like I was in love with California. And I think we need to get it back on track. And I think it's totally doable.
Steve Hilton, you can pre-order his book, author of Califailure, Reversing the Ruin of America's Worst Run State. Thank you very much for taking your time.
I mean, for a long time, California did get the best, brightest, most entrepreneurialistic. Like, you made it all the way. So you can't go anywhere else after California. You get the last of the sun every day of America. Made it all the way across. The most exploitative people of America made it to California. They kept going. They didn't know what was on the other side of those mountains, Sierra Nevadas. You know, the Donner Party type people, like, hate each other. Like, it was you had to deal with Native Americans. Like, that's what California was in the beginning, the wild, wild west. If you were brave enough to make it to California, you would reap the benefits of the weather, the geography, of there being so many different types of geography here, which gives opportunity for different types of plant. Got the vineyards up in the wine country and all the different seasons can be had in California depending on where you live. Not so much here in Long Beach. California was a highly sought out place to live for a long time, hundreds of years. For a long time of America's history. You're like, man, California, making it out there one day. My dad's actually never been. The furthest west he's been is St. Louis. So there are still people in the modern age who haven't been to California. It's that far away. But nowadays, people are getting hateful towards California, like they're like we're ruining the country or something. Like you're able to say, yeah, they're Californian up our Colorado. Or it was just recently I posted something on a comment or on a thing for a New York bill that they weren't letting pass for some reason, and I was like, why do you people vote these people in? One of the comments was, it's all the Californians moving here, voting them in. I'm sure there's gonna be some truth to that. They gotta turn it around though. Or it'll never stop, right? I mean, will it implode? Is San Francisco imploding finally? Are they getting fed up? It doesn't seem like it. Like Oakland, are they gonna turn shit around now? Are they gonna start voting red? Why do they keep voting blue? Chicago? That's the main one for me. I mean, first Lori Lightfoot, DEI to the max, old Beetlejuice. Then they're gonna go to this next dude. Must have been DEI because they're. What were they thinking? What was his background even? How did he go? What was his stepping stone to being mayor of Chicago? Anybody know? Because that dude, he's like right on the edge of getting stoned by his own people in the streets. Wild. How did that happen? Did white people vote him in? Like, virtue signaling, like, look, I voted for a black mayor. I did that. Yeah, we did that. We're so progressive. And he's way worse than Lightfoot on, like, his wasteful spending. They spent like $100,000 to remodel his wife's office. Why does the mayor's wife get an office of her own? What is that? She has an office to do mayor's wife things? Now let him out. You hear him over there meowing. And apparently Lightfoot sent zero because her husband had an office too. Like the significant other always has their own office in Chicago, mayoral, whatever, politics. But he didn't do any upgrades at all. That's what I read. Zero upgrades. And they did like $100K, like a special sofa, a new desk, everything brand new. Like she was the first lady or some shit. You know what I mean? They went all in with it, taking full of it. It's like, it reminds me when I was younger. I got a job. I've talked about it before. They sent me to Texas. I believe it was Tomball, Texas. And during the trip, and even before that, working for the company, I was allowed to put food. Like the first month I was working there, I was able to go to whatever restaurant I wanted to eat at, drink whatever I wanted to. I could take a date even to it and give them the bill. That's how well this company did. They had no questions asked. Yeah, pay it off. Pay it off on our receipts for like the first month. And I remember taking full advantage of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I was like, hell yeah. What was I talking about? That's what they're doing. I got off track kind of out there. What were we talking about? What's it? What the fuck? Started reminiscing, man. It was some good times. Shit. Studies teacher. Oh, the decade. That's it. Thanks, Sister T. Yeah, that's what they did. Like, they got a new job because that was a new job for me. And I was like, it was like I was decking out my office with a bunch of free shit. My office was my stomach. You know, I was getting the shrimp meals and I was trying out some fancy drinks every now and then, like that I wouldn't have normally done. And that's what they got in the office and did for the but it was from the people's money. It wasn't from a business. That's a little, like, the people that voted you in. I mean, I guess it's kind of the same thing with a business though, because the guy that hired you, like, he vetted you, and now he's gonna be seeing you're eating shrimp every meal. But I don't know, man. Do they care? They care. Does a business care the same as people will, or maybe? Hey, I didn't last there very long though. I was a bad fit. That was a decent job though, for sure. To be like doing all that stuff, doing all the stuff for the employees. I find that most jobs that recruit people off of military bases are decent jobs. Like, jobs do that. They'll send recruiters for their. That's how I got that job, and I found out about it. I don't remember how I found out about it actually, but it was on a base on the other side of the island, even at an army base. I still had my military ID though, because I had lost one, and when they asked me for it, I gave them the other one. I still had the one that I lost, so I was able to get on base still, and because of that, I was able to go to that job interview. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get on. Pretty wild. That definitely changed the trajectory of my life significantly. I didn't even know if I was going to get it. It just happened. Happened to get it. For one of the upper level jobs too, because they were mostly recruiting for the grunt workers, and I got an electronics position with them. It was pretty amazing, dude. At the time, it was all happening so fast. Oh. And knowing I was going to move from Hawaii to Colorado was kind of shocking too. But I got my choice from a few different places. I picked Denver because it was their location that was closest to a metropolitan or a city. Out of the choices they gave me, at least. You want to come back? You're coming back? Okay. Kombucha! This is a little rotten at one point. Or is it still a little rotten? Denver? Yeah. Yeah, see, I didn't really know anything about Denver at the time. I was so young. But once I looked at it, I was kind of like, wow, that's pretty majestic out there. You know? And I was already used to living in the mountains, being in Hawaii. But they're lush and green and misty. Still, I think they're both on the same level of just awe and beauty, just different. Because if you've never seen the Hawaiian mountains, it's just like the greenery of it, how lush it is mind blowing. Doesn't even look like a mountain. We don't really we have that in America, in continental America, or the mainland, but it's not as green, dude. Like it's like a darker shade of green, or it's a colorful because the leaves are changing colors in the Smokies. Hawaii doesn't do that. It's just always looking like a freaking neon green, so full of life. Rainforest. I think it's the only rainforest in the United States is in Hawaii. Right? Yeah, it's same here. That's the first thing I had to, and I was coming from San Diego, which is also pretty high humidity. But I stepped off the plane, I was like, oh my god, I could almost chew on the air. There's so much vegetation everywhere. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Trippy. Several rainforests in Washington. It seems like it'd be too cold for it up there. Temperate rainforest. Oh, I guess that's like a lower temperatured one. Oh, that's where the redwoods are? That's considered a rainforest? Rainforest, temperate rainforest. What does that mean? It's 1.3 million acres, by the way, the Olympic rainforest. Crazy. Wet rainforests with mild temperatures and abundant rainfall that are found in the temperate zones in the northern and southern hemispheres. Temperate rainforests are found in coastal areas between the Arctic Circle and the Tropic of Cancer. They are also known as Atlantic woodlands. Temperate rainforests have mild temperatures in both summer and winter and receive heavy rainfall and coastal fog throughout the year. Okay, so maybe Hawaii has the only other kind of rainforest. What kind of rainforest do they have? What type rainforests? Yeah. Tropical, probably. Tropical, yeah. They probably have the only tropical rainforest in the United States. That's what we are. That's what they said probably when I was there and I wasn't listening. I didn't even know that there were different types of rainforests, honestly. Until today. I forgot that part of geography class. Wow, it says some areas of Hawaii, particularly around Mount Waianae on Kauai, receive some of the highest rainfall on Earth. That's why the air is so thick there. On Earth, man. On the frickin' old goddamn planet, man. Due to their isolation, Hawaii rainforests boast a large number of endemic species, including native trees like ohia, lewa, and koa. Wow, they have special woods there. Yeah, the Pacific Northwest has temperate rainforests only, so Hawaii has the only tropical rainforest in America. Or USA. Dude, these cats are being weird about the food lately, aren't they? Maybe it's just because times are changing. Hopefully by the time his appointment comes around, he's still eating back here. I mean, I guess it'd be best if they took him back in and he wasn't still eating back there. Drone arrests. Oh shit.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox as we continue to track all of the latest. I want to bring you some breaking news in regards to some of these mysterious drone sightings that we have been seeing across the country. Taking a look here at a tweet from the Boston Police Department, they say this: 2 suspects arrested following hazardous drone operation in Long Island. Now, we do have a part of the statement here from the Boston Police Department as we just got this news just a little while ago. And it says this: on December 14th, 2024, at approximately 10:22 p.m., officers from the Boston Police Harbor Patrol Unit arrested 2 individuals
Were they the big
identified
drone?
as 42-year-old Robert Duffy of Charlestown,
man.
Massachusetts. Drone faced. Now that Boston, downtown of the city, as I want to read a little bit more from what we know with this press release. So Boston Police continues to say the incident began early that evening at 4:30 p.m. when a Boston police officer specializing in real-time crime surveillance detected an unmanned aircraft system operating dangerously close to Logan International Airport. Leveraging advanced UAS monitoring technology, the officer identified the drone's location, altitude, flight history, and the operator's position on Long Island. Recognizing the serious risks posed by the drone's proximity to Logan's airspace, additional resources were mobilized. The Boston Police Department coordinated with Homeland Security, the Massachusetts State Police, the Joint Terrorism Task Force, the Federal Communications Commission, and Logan Airport Air Traffic Control to address the situation. Members of the Boston Police Harbor Patrol Unit were dispatched to Long Island and located 3 individuals inside the decommissioned Long Island Health Campus. Upon attempting to make contact, the suspects fled on foot. 2 of the 3 individuals were apprehended and identified as Duffy and Fulkick. During the investigation, a drone was discovered inside a backpack carried by Duffy. The 2 suspects were transported to District A1 for booking. A continued search for the 3rd suspect, believed to have fled the island in a small vessel, was conducted by officers and the Massachusetts State Police. Duffy and Fulkick are scheduled to be arraigned in Dorchester District Court on charges of trespassing. Further charges may be filed pending the outcome of the ongoing investigation. The Boston Police Department reminds recreational drone operators of the importance of adhering to Federal Aviation Administration safety guidelines.
This is happening a lot
Operators
lately.
are prohibited from flying drones over people or vehicles and must be aware of airspace restrictions. Even small drones pose significant risks, including the potential for catastrophic damage to airplanes and helicopters. Near collisions can cause
And
pilots to veer off course,
oftentimes
putting
they're
lives.
doing something to allow them to be able to fly these drones in these areas. They're intentionally doing it. They're obfuscating. No, what's the word for your detouring around a safety feature? Yeah. Because the drone will be like, no, you can't fly here. And they'll be like, beep, beep, yes, I can. And they make it happen, Gavin.
And property at risk. And that was the complete press release that we just received from the Boston Police Department detailing the arrest of 2 suspects in hazardous drone operation. I just want to read the top part of that statement one more time, bringing up this graphic here on your screen so that I'll off earlier seeing what I've heard.
Tell me the news again, please. Yes. Repeat it. Yeah. Pic, you gotta post a pic of them and the food. Dude, MSNBC is going hard on Trump.
In his 3rd presidential bid, Donald Trump made
What is
immigration a
up with
central
her
component
necklace, bro? Why are the dims so weird? I know one of y'all likes it too.
his campaign. Beyond his promise of carrying out the largest mass deportation operation in history, Trump also vowed to tighten the border and make big changes to America's immigration system, including the possibility of ending birthright citizenship. Now, as he's poised to take office again, he's doubling down on that promise.
You promised to end birthright citizenship on day one. Is that still your
One
plan?
of y'all likes that necklace. It's fucking
Can you get around the 14th
probably.
Amendment with an
Well, we're going to
executive
have to get a
action?
change. We'll maybe have to go back to the people, but we have to end it. We're the only country that has it. You
Through
know?
an executive action?
You know,
you're
we're
gonna
the only country that has it. Do you know, if somebody sets a foot, just a foot, 1 foot, you don't need to, on our land, congratulations, you are now a citizen of the United States of America. Yes, we're going to end that because it's ridiculous.
That interview was just last week, and it was Trump's first interview since winning the election. And before we move on, let's do some cleanup on aisle 14, because Donald Trump got a couple of facts wrong in that telling. The United States is not the only country that grants birthright citizenship. More than 30 other countries around the world have the same policy, including both of our closest neighbors, Canada and Mexico. It's also not true that the United States grants citizenship to just anyone by setting foot on American soil. Birthright citizenship, as Kristen Welker noted in that interview, is enshrined in the 14th Amendment. Indeed, Section 1 of the 14th Amendment states very plainly, quote, all people born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States and the state where they reside. And while Donald Trump seemed only to have concepts of a plan for getting around the 14th Amendment in his mission to end birthright citizenship, it does seem that some in Trump world are coming up with a strategy for taking this on. The Trump campaign laid out a plan in Agenda 47, that's Trump's official policy manifesto, to use executive orders to direct federal agencies to deny passports and social security numbers to the children of undocumented immigrants. That would, of course, be plainly unconstitutional, and lawsuits would immediately be filed. But according to Politico's reporting this weekend, that might be the point. All of this seems to be part of a long-term strategy to get the issue of birthright citizenship and presidential authority over the conferral of citizenship before the Supreme Court, which, don't forget, is controlled by a 6-3 conservative supermajority that includes 3 Trump appointees. The incoming administration wants to take birthright citizenship to the United States Supreme Court because they think they can win there. So it's worth taking stock of just how radical this idea is. And to do that, we need to understand what birthright citizenship is, why it exists in the first place, and why efforts to undermine it are inherently rooted in a history of white supremacy. The 14th Amendment is one of the 3 Reconstruction-era amendments that Congress added to the United States Constitution after the United States Civil War. It was passed with the purpose of unequivocally granting citizenship to the formerly enslaved and their descendants. Moreover, the 14th Amendment was meant to be a corrective to the Supreme Court's 1858 decision
if we
in
want to
Dred
change
Scott
the 14th
versus
Amendment.
Sanford.
Got it.
The decision that many legal scholars consider to be, quote, the worst ever rendered by the Supreme Court. And there were a lot to choose from. In that case, Dred Scott, an enslaved man who traveled with his enslaver to free territories, sued for his freedom after his enslaver died. But the majority of the justices on the Supreme Court concluded that slaves were not citizens of the United States. In fact, the court questioned whether the descendants of African slaves could ever be citizens of the United States. The Supreme Court dismissed Dred Scott's case on procedural grounds, holding that as a non-citizen, Scott had no standing to bring his claim in federal court in the first instance. The 14th Amendment sought to remedy the stain of Dred Scott by making it clear that regardless of their descent, all persons born in the United States are citizens of the United States. And subsequent Supreme Court...
Okay, so what's interesting about this then is this law wasn't even made for migrants. It's being capitalized on by migrants, though, in abundance. This was for slaves. And now they're trying to make it to where if Trump wants to do anything to change this amendment, he's a racist against black people because this is for black people. Black people need to see what's going on with this. She's being used. She's a puppet, dude. That's why they picked her to give this story with her fucking weird ass Jade, Hulk Hogan, Mr. T chain, and she's black. This is propaganda. If Trump wants to change this law because it's being taken advantage of by all these migrants because they know they can get here, have a baby, and the judge will feel sorry for them because it's taken so many years for their case to get to court that their kid now has friends and he knows English, and we're learning English too now, Judge. I know 3 words. See, we work at the factory.
Cases have affirmed this principle over the years. Of note is the case of Wong Kim Ark, a man of Chinese descent who was born in California in 1873. His parents were legal immigrants, but at the time, anti-Asian sentiment was pervasive across the country. This was the era of the Chinese Exclusion Acts, which included a provision that rendered Chinese immigrants ineligible for naturalization as American citizens.
Why?
The Supreme Court, however, found that because Wong Kim Ark himself was born here in the United States, he was a citizen of the United States under the 14th Amendment. That's jus soli, birthright citizenship. Wong Kim Ark's case confirmed this important principle going forward, and the case is a precedent that holds to this day. The text and the history of birthright citizenship is absolutely clear. If you are born in this country, you are a citizen of this country. And establishing that principle and enshrining it in the Constitution was an integral part of repudiating the terroristic institution of slavery in this country. To undermine the Constitution's guarantee of birthright citizenship.
But keeping these people in our country is keeping us having like borderline slaves. They're getting paid slave wages. And the Democrats are wanting that. They want us, because their argument is you'll lose your cheap labor. Well, why do you think the labor's cheap? Because they're getting paid tax-free under the table, pennies on the dollar in comparison to what an American would get paid for that same work. And the Democrats want to continue that.
In any way, would be a return to some of our nation's darkest days, a surrender to some of the worst impulses in our history.
Right. No. So yeah, doing away with the 14th or changing it so that like maybe if you come here and have a kid before your court date or before a certain, like, you know what I mean, before you know that you're allowed to stay here, well, that kid's not guaranteed. If you come here on false pretenses trying to claim asylum, And the judge says, no, you had no right to this. And you had a kid, well, your kid's not an American citizen because you lied to our government to try to take advantage of it. So you all got to go. Why? Like, dude, I don't think I'm the only one that would feel like this needs to be changed because times are different now. These cases didn't used to take 6 years to get to court. It gives these people a chance to try to, like, get rooted in their neighborhood and make the judge feel sorry for them and for different reasons than they should. Not to mention all the ones that are coming here paying people for marriages. $10,000 is probably still the going rate. It was like that 20 years ago. $10,000 was the going rate. Five in the beginning, 5 in the end. Like that. Professional made waffles. Congratulations, Brody. We're going to have to call you Waffles from now on. I know I am. Waffles. My man. Waffles. In the house. I know you're going to be making waffles like a mad lad. Absolute. Could you stuff them with stuff? Oh my goodness. You're going to be stuffing those things with everything, are you? A little cheese, a little meat, a little vegetables. You make everything into a waffle. A little cinnamon, like make a churro waffle. What about make one that tastes like a honey bun, or if you make one that tastes like an Oreo cookie. Oh yeah. Little Oreo cookie crunches in it, but a little bit of that Oreo cream in it. You're making me itchy. And that ain't my fault. That's your fault. Oh.
And we're back now with the vice chairman of IBM, Gary
Trump
Cohn,
is inheriting
who
a
also
very
served
good
as the White House
economy, this
economic
person
advisor
says.
in President Trump's first term.
So I've been laying on my lap a lot
It's expected
today.
the Fed's going to cut rates again this week, even though we did see in the economic data release that inflation is still high. President Trump said can't lower prices once they're high. Seems to be admitting that it's not within the president's remit to control what you spend at the grocery store.
Margaret, thanks for having me. You're right. So we had 2 bits of economic data this week. We had consumer prices and we had producer prices. Both came in on the high side of where economists were hoping. If you look at the consumer prices, we're looking at about 2.7% on consumer prices. Remember, the Fed's target for inflation is about 2%. Right. So we're running almost a percent high. Producer prices came in even higher than we were expecting. So we're not down to that target 2% where the Fed would like to get to. That said, the Fed is meeting next week. The Fed is highly viewed that the Fed will cut interest rates by 25 basis points next week. That means over the course of this year, they will have cut interest rates by 100 basis points. Now, as you look forward into next year, people are projecting that they would cut a lot more. I think we are seeing the rate of cuts slow down quite dramatically as people are starting to evaluate the economic data that we have.
So what does that mean in terms of the economy President Trump will be inheriting?
So the president's inheriting a very good economy, a very stable economy. We have real solid economic growth. We have real job growth. We have real wage growth. And I think some of the wage growth that we're seeing, we've seen a lot of these union contracts be renegotiated in the second half of this year. Mm-hmm. Those wages feed through the economy. They feed through as inflation. So the economy the president's inheriting is quite strong. I think it will continue to stay quite strong. And in fact, The American consumer today, as well as corporate America, is quite excited about what the Trump administration is talking about. And the business environment is very positive. Corporate America is talking about a lot of expansion, a lot of capital expenditure for next year, about repatriating more jobs back to the United States, about building more factories in the United States, hiring more workers.
You think that'll actually happen?
I do think it's going to happen. So net, we are talking about a very positive business and cycle going forward into 2025.
Is the stock market really the best way to gauge it? You saw Mr. Trump at the stock exchange this past week.
Well, look, the stock market is one benchmark. It's an index, it's a benchmark. And remember, the stock market is an index. There's a huge diversity of what's going on in the stock market. There's some of the tech stocks at the high end that are performing very, very well. And there's some of the more traditional stocks in the middle of the market that are not performing as well.
We got to take a break and finish this conversation on the other side of it. Stay with us, Gary. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Face the Nation. We're continuing our conversation now with Gary Cohn. Gary, before the break, you were telling us the business world has high expectations for the Trump administration. One of the things that Donald Trump promised to do in his second term was lower the corporate tax rate. So you helped put together the tax plan that's expiring in part of it's expiring in 2025. He said at the New York Stock Exchange this week that he wants it to go down further from 21%. He really wanted to get it back down to 15%, and we will be able to do that. Will he be able to do that?
Look, Mark, we don't know. You know, look, the whole tax discussion is going to happen over the course of 2025.
Why did you do it in 2017?
In 2017, we did not have the financial wherewithal to do it.
Okay.
When you go through reconciliation, which is how they will do taxes this time in 2025, you are given instructions by the budget committee. And the instructions are basically how much money you can spend or how much revenue you could take in. This time it will be how much money you can spend. We did not have additional money to spend. So the lowest we could get the corporate tax rate at that time was the 21%. That's also the reason that the corporate tax part of the tax legislation in 2017 expires the end of 2025. To score that piece of legislation, which in the financial requirements we were given by the Senate and the House finance committees, we had to end the personal side at the end of 2025. So we do know that taxes will be taken up by this Congress in this session. We know that they're going to have to deal with the personal side of the equation, because if not, the personal side will revert back to the pre-2017 tax code. That was a very arduous, ugly tax code with much higher rates, with a lot more loopholes, a lot more deductions. I don't think anyone wants, on either side of the aisle, wants to go back to the prior tax code. You know, when we open up tax code, even if we're just talking about the personal side, the corporate side will come into play. And there's always this interesting relationship between the personal side and the corporate side, because the vast majority of companies in the United States are small businesses that file on a tax return that allows them to pay the personal rate. But there's a difference between the personal rate and the corporate rate. And you want to make sure that those relationships don't get too far out of line with each other, so people aren't incentivized to change their corporate structure to become a subchapter S corporation versus a corporation, so they can take advantage of the tax code. So there's always a lot of time spent there to make sure the personal rate and the corporate rate make sense in relationship to each other.
I think you've said in the past, though, you don't think the corporate rate should go down further.
Well, the business community as a whole, when we did tax reform in 2017, and whether you look at the Chamber of Commerce or you look at the Business Roundtable, you look at any of the business organizations, they were very supportive of a 21% tax rate. They, in fact, I think would have been happy with anything at 23% or below, which put us in line with other OECD countries around the world. It made us competitive.
Other developed economies.
Obviously, companies will be happier if the tax rate goes lower, but realistically, we just need, in this country, to be competitive with the rest of the world. We do not want corporate taxes to be a disadvantage for U.S. domiciled companies.
The pick for Treasury Secretary is hedge fund manager Scott Bessent. You may know him. He says he's going to deliver on the Trump tax cut pledges, but that's eliminating taxes on tips, Social Security, overtime pay. Can he actually deliver on any of that?
Look, Scott is quite an accomplished individual. So, look, I know he will put a lot of effort into this. He will have a lot of help with other people. Kevin Hassett, who's going into my old job at the NEC, will have an important seat at the table. Kevin understands a lot of these policies. There will be a lot of opinions at the table when we get to tax rating. You know, the House and the Senate will have their opinions. Remember, there are members of the House that ran on one item and one item only. They ran on the idea that we should bring back the state and local tax deduction, the SALT deduction. There were also members that ran on being deficit hawks. There were Republicans that ran on thinking that we have built up too much deficit and we need to get our budget under control. We're going to have to find a way.
They're not going to like any of these promises.
I agree with that, but we're going to have to find a way to balance all of these needs and get to a tax plan that makes sense, but allows us to continue to drive our economy, continue to drive the economic growth, and continue to drive wages and jobs.
Well, you heard the House Speaker say some of this may be done through reconciliation, which implies that the Senate isn't going to seek a majority vote. They're just going to try to put this through with 51 votes and do it in kind of an arcane way. When is this going to happen? And should it happen before they fix the border?
Well, it sounds like, from what I'm hearing, and like, I don't know, this could change anyway. There's other people smarter than I deciding on the strategy on this. It sounds like there may be two reconciliation bills. It sounds like the first reconciliation bill, which you're right, is a bill that allows the Senate to do something in a simple majority, budget-related only. You can only reconcile a budget-related with a simple majority. It sounds like there may be a first reconciliation bill, which is border-related, where they may take back much of the unspent Inflation Reduction Act money and some of the other money that was appropriated under the Biden administration and use that to close the border.
And then they'll get taxes.
Use a second reconciliation bill, because there are two budgets out there, as there were in the Biden administration. Use that to go after taxes and fixing taxes, especially the personal side of taxes, that ends in 2025.
That's a big fight to have in the year ahead. Gary, we'll be talking to you again then.
Joining us now here on set is Democratic Congressman from the Old Line State of Maryland, Glenn Ivey, who has had a great deal to say about law enforcement in this country. He's a former prosecutor and serves on the House Judiciary Committee. Congressman, thanks for being here. We appreciate you, as always.
Thanks for having me.
You criticized Christopher Wray's decision to step aside as FBI director before his 10-year term concluded. So we looked it up, which is he's the first, there's been only one FBI director serve a full 10-year term. That was Robert Mueller. Every other one since the 10-year term was put in 1976 has left early, and at least two have been fired. Obviously, including James Comey in spectacular fashion. You say
seems to be a pattern there.
You say Wray is making it too easy on Trump, but sort of hasn't the ship sailed on the idea that presidents can't fire and that this precedent is ironclad?
No, I mean, I think, leaving because an incoming president says he's going to bring in someone else is a little bit different than somebody leaving to go do something in the private sector or something along those lines. The firing of Comey and this, I think, are a bad combination and undermine the original intent of the 10-year term, which is to depoliticize the FBI director office. And so I think it's pretty clear, especially when you combine that history with the nomination of Patel to take over, that it's, Trump's moving the FBI in a very political direction, and I think that's problematic, not only for the country overall, but for the rule of law and the department in particular.
Christopher Wray's advocates, defenders would say that he's made things harder, not easier for Donald Trump, because now Kash Patel, who is controversial, has to go through a normal confirmation process. There can't be any switcheroo where Trump can basically appoint him as acting FBI director, and this also gives Wray the chance to shore up the agency with his picks before he leaves. What about that?
I mean, we'll see how it plays out. I kind of doubt that whatever he does before he leaves is going to be permanent, in the sense that when Patel gets there, he can't change it. And, I mean, that's basically what he's saying he's going there to do, is to not only just change Wray's most recent, personnel moves, but to revamp the whole department, or the whole bureau overall. Frankly, I've got more concerns beyond just,
raise particular lieutenants and what happens with them. I think the rule of law issues, you know, Patel coming in with an enemies list, I think those are the kinds of things we really need to focus on at this point.
I certainly take your point there, but, you know, we have this new Inspector General's report that talks about the former administration and maybe the FBI doing wrong-footed surveillance on journalists, on maybe even Patel himself when he was working in the House. We've had warrantless wiretapping problems that we saw in what ultimately turned out to be the Mueller report on Russian interference in the 2016 election. There are needs for reform at the FBI, yes?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And it's one of the rare moments in the House Judiciary Committee where you had bipartisan activity was over this issue. The FBI did a lot of things, I thought, that crossed the line. The FISA 702 legislation was aimed at rolling that back. And the votes that you had on that legislation when it hit the floor, you never would have imagined, you know, Matt Gaetz teaming up with Pramila Jayapal for particular votes, but that's what we had. So I think there's a recognition that there needs to be some changes in the FBI, and I think we tried to make those steps move forward at the time, but there's more to be done. That having been said, coming in and saying you're going to use the FBI to go after your enemies is a whole different ball of wax.
Okay. Pardons. It's that time. Every 4 or 8 years we get to do this as we go through presidential transitions. They save the doozies for the end. There's been a lot of criticism, obviously, of Joe Biden's pardon of his son Hunter, and some criticism for this big slate of pardons, the biggest single day pardon in presidential history. But Jim Clyburn, who was actually an advocate of the Hunter Biden pardon, wants the president to go farther to, quote, clear the air and pardon Donald Trump. What do you say about the idea of Joe Biden pardoning his predecessor and successor and saying we're putting those issues to bed and we're turning the page on the 2020 election?
I would say no.
No.
I was a young kid at the time, but I didn't favor Ford pardoning Nixon.
Really?
Even I did not. And that's because I thought accountability, I didn't say it this way at 12, but I thought accountability.
Actually, you might have. You strike me as somebody who might have at 12 been that way.
I was a bit of a nerd, okay. But I think, you know, really being held accountable for your actions makes sense. And the Trump legacy of his court activities in between his terms as president, I think should be hashed out. Now he gets his 4 years while he's in the White House. He's
over his head. Just keep that over his head for 4 years
while he's there.
That sounds smart.
I don't think all that stuff should go away. That's not the criminal.
Stupid.
Thanks for watching.
Stupid, dude. Why would we want our president of the country worrying about that for 4 years while he's president? Wouldn't we want him to just worry about our country instead? Knock off him. They want us to fail. They just want our country to die. Because Trump didn't go after them for shit. Did he? What if he does? Do they really want to start some shit? Huh? Any? What is the Biden family just to get away with anything forever now? We're pardoned for anything we might ever do in the future, too. Talakazam. They're gonna be good old boys now. They're good old boys. They're trying to make it so we can't go after him, though. Like, that's what I'm getting at. The Dems will applaud Biden making it impossible for Trump to go after people. And while at the same time not give Trump the benefit of not feeling that pressure of being went after. And they only get it, not him. They only get it. He can pardon himself afterwards, so it doesn't matter, right? But he's saying that he won't. Like, what? They're making it so he has to pardon himself, pretty much, if he doesn't want to deal with the bullshit. Oh, Let's listen to this guy lie to us some more.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us this morning. Can you clear up the confusion here?
Absolutely, George, and thank you very much for having me. There's no question that people are seeing drones, and I want to assure the American public that we in the federal government have deployed additional resources, personnel, technology to assist the New Jersey State Police in addressing the drone sightings. Some of those drone sightings are, in fact, drones. Some are manned aircraft that are commonly mistaken for drones, and we do see duplicative reporting. But there's no question that drones are being sighted. Let me set the record straight here, George. There are thousands of drones flown every day in the United States. Recreational drones, commercial drones. That is the reality. And in September of 2023, the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA, changed the rules so that drones could fly at night. And that may be one of the reasons why now people are seeing more drones than they did before, especially from dawn to dusk. And so that is the reality. But I want to assure the American public that we are on it. We are working in close coordination with state and local authorities. And it is critical, as we all have said for a number of years, that we need from Congress additional authorities to address the drone situation. Our authorities currently are limited, and they are set to expire. We need them extended and expanded.
What exactly do you need?
We want state and local authorities to also have the ability to counter drone activity under federal supervision. That is one important element that we have requested, and we've heard it echoed by the state and local officials themselves.
You know, President-elect Trump has put out a post on this. I want to put it up on the screen right now. He says, mystery drone sightings all over the country. Can this really be happening without our government's knowledge? I don't think so. Let the public know and now, otherwise shoot them down. Your response?
Well, we are aware of the drone sightings, as I've said. I think there are more than 8,000 drones flown every day in the United States. With respect to the ability to incapacitate those drones, we are limited in our authorities. We have certain agencies within the Department of Homeland Security that can do that, and outside our department. But we need those authorities expanded as well.
Are there any legitimate national security concerns here? For example, have you seen any evidence at all, especially in these recent sightings in the Northeast, of any kind of foreign involvement?
We have not seen any foreign, we know of no foreign involvement with respect to the sightings in the Northeast. And we are vigilant in investigating this matter, the Department of Homeland Security, with the Federal Bureau of Investigation in the lead.
But there have been concerns in the past. In fact, a Chinese national was arrested in California this week, allegedly for flying a drone over Vandenberg Air Force Base. Last year, you had drone flights over Langley Air Force Base in Virginia, over a nuclear facility in Nevada. So what is the national security concern right now?
Well, when a drone is flown over restricted airspace, we act very, very swiftly. And in fact, when an individual in California flew a drone over restricted airspace, that individual was identified, apprehended, and is being charged by federal authorities. And so we act as swiftly as possible when an individual does fly a drone over restricted airspace and violates the rules. You know, there are, George, more than 1 million drones registered in the United States.
That's an awful lot, but bottom line, you're saying Americans have nothing to worry about?
Look, it is our job to be vigilant in the federal government with our state and local partners on behalf of the American public, and we can assure their safety by reason of that vigilance. We've deployed personnel, technology, and if there is any reason for concern, if we identify any foreign involvement or criminal activity, we will communicate with the American public accordingly. Right now, we are not aware of any. If we become aware of any, we will communicate accordingly and take appropriate action.
Secretary Mayorkas, thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you, George.
Look at it. Frustration building with each new drone sighting across the Northeast.
And seems like there's multiple drones all over this airport tonight, man.
The FAA forced to slow traffic at Stewart International Airport Friday night north of New York City because of multiple reports of drone sightings in the area. Mayor Eric Adams saying his team is taking the reports of drones in the region seriously.
We're going to have an immediate response. We're getting ready to check. We're getting ready to look into some new innovative ways of, if need be, to take down drones with the proper permission from the FAA.
And New York's Governor Kathy Hochul saying this has gone too far, demanding that the Biden administration step in by directing additional federal law enforcement to New York and the surrounding area. In Ocean County, New Jersey, the Sheriff's Department launching its own industrial drone after numerous reports of sightings in the area. One deputy reporting roughly 50 drones coming in over the ocean.
The facts are that they are very big objects in the sky. The fact is nobody, that's just concerning to us, is nobody has seen them land or take off.
Reports of drones flying near a naval weapons station in New Jersey as well.
And I did talk to the commander there. His men are seeing it right there at the base. Are you kidding me? A munitions depot of that caliber, and these drones are hovering in close proximity to it.
So on a call with reporters, officials from a wide range of agencies, including the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, the FAA, a Joint Chiefs of Staff official confirmed those drone sightings at the naval station, but added that they do not believe that they are from a foreign actor or have malicious intent. The question people still have is, how do you know that? So for more on this, let's bring in Jeffrey Thompson. He is the CEO of Red Cat Holdings. The company supplies sophisticated drone technology to the U.S. military. Jeffrey, what a perfect person to have talk about this today. I'm sure your phone is blowing up and you're getting questions all about this. Right off the bat, I'll just ask you, because you're in this world, what do you think is going on?
Well, I'll say it's probably not our adversaries. I don't know, any adversary that would actually use proper FAA lighting to display where they are. It would be way too easy to shoot them down. They're slow moving, they're big. So I definitely take adversary off the table right away.
That's interesting. I don't believe I've heard that before, so thanks for that. When you look at these videos, and I'm sure you've seen what a lot of people have seen online, can you identify what type of drones these are and what they might be capable of? Because one of the things that people were initially concerned about is that they were, not the drone that you buy at Best Buy or something. They're the size of cars, some of these.
Yeah, they do look much larger than a consumer drone. Red Cat has two products. We've been accused all week of possibly being the culprit. We have the only commercial drone swarm available for 80 drones that can be launched by a single operator. We also have a FlightWave 130, which is a bigger drone that has very long flight time. And these drones that you're seeing in these videos have very long flight time. I can tell you right now, it is not us. Please stop calling me. So there's a lot of, that they're big, the fact that they're large, that's the only thing that seems really odd to me, as I'm actually trying to figure this out. But they should have remote ID if they're already flying with proper lighting. All drones are required by law to have a remote ID. And if you want to be a DIY investigator, you could always get a scanner product that's free on, free apps. And you could see if they're broadcasting down to you if you're near those drones, and you could become the investigator. I'm not close enough to where it's all happening, but it's pretty simple to see if they're broadcasting a remote ID that's required by law.
But you are close enough to the whole world that this is happening in, and what I'm hearing from you is what we are hearing from the federal government, that you're not worried that it's a foreign actor because they wouldn't come in using FAA lighting, but still we don't know what it is. It could just be regular folks operating.
maybe they're trying to test them and try to stay under the radar by actually doing it properly according to the law. But when we do all of our mission tests, we do them at nighttime. Almost all missions by the U.S. military at nighttime, and we try to make it so you can't find us, can't see us, can't detect us. So there's a lot of controversy on why they would an adversary would actually be doing it the way they're doing it if they're trying to do the training to do some drills.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll shed some light on it one interview at a time. Jeffrey Thompson, thanks so much for taking the time and for clearing up about your company.
Great.
All right.
Thanks for having us. Yep.
Okay.
You're sounding like me sleepy. He's passing out my lap. Yep. I'm in this one, y'all. And kitty cam of the day. The food is in the sun. Officially in the sun now. Well, New York ban on pet sales starts Sunday or today. Apparently, they're no longer allowed to sell their pets in New York. See you later, buddy. Thank you all for hanging, though. For the kitty cam, we get to see the cats eat the other food. Maybe something will eat it later. I don't know. Nobody likes that food. Later, Immortal Owl. Thanks for hanging over there on the live. Mark Hopper, thanks for being here. Ted Thomas, Northwest Media, Brody YYC, Mark Bass, Barmester, Steve. Alright. Later, y'all. I don't know, I'll probably be live on the other channel. Oh, I guess Immortal was over there a while back. I didn't see. Oh no, that was now. Okay. Hello and goodbye. Service.
Meow, 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 meow. Another one.